guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has voted to censure the Texas Democrat who disrupted President Trump's joint address to Congress. Some Democrats joined Green in singing in the chamber after Johnson announced the censure.
By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
During the speech on Tuesday night, Congressman Al Green stood in the aisle of the House chamber and waved his cane at the president. He continued his protest, despite being warned that he'd be removed if he didn't sit down. When Green continued his protest, House Speaker Mike Johnson told the House Sergeant-at-Arms to escort him from the chamber. President Trump says there's going to be almost a 1-month tariff delay on most products from Canada and Mexico. Trump signed an executive order today that delays tariffs on all goods under the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement.
This is very much about companies and countries that have ripped off this country, our beloved USA, and they're not going to be ripping us off anymore.
The tariffs are delayed to April 2nd. It comes after the president put an exemption on auto tariffs from the two nations yesterday. A federal ethics watchdog fired by President Trump is dropping a lawsuit challenging that dismissal. The head of the Office of Special Counsel, Hampton Dellinger, announced today he's dropping the lawsuit in response to a ruling issued yesterday by a federal appeals court that allows him to be removed from his post while the case plays out. Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 427 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 104 points. The Nasdaq fell by 483 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
A Baltimore judge says Aiden Syed does not have to return to prison. Syed was sentenced to life in prison for killing his former high school girlfriend in 1999. Today, a judge ruled Syed does not have to return to prison and will be under supervised release for the next 5 years. This falls under Maryland's Juvenile Restoration Act. Leaders of the California Legislative LGBTQ caucus are responding to Governor Gavin Newsom's recent critical remarks about transgender people. On his podcast, This is Gavin Newsom, he was pressed by his guest, conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, on transgender athletes in women's sports.
That shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate
But would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. So that's easy to call out, the unfairness of that.
In a statement, the LGBTQ caucus says Newsom sometimes shows courage and sometimes does not, emphasizing the need for all students to benefit from sports. A New Mexico resident has tested positive for measles following death. The state health department said the official cause of death has not yet been determined, but the unvaccinated adult did not seek medical care prior to death. Measles is spreading rapidly in West Texas with 159 confirmed cases as of yesterday. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. recently appeared on Fox News and spoke about the need for the measles immunization shots.
We're making sure that anybody who wants a vaccine can get that vaccine.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
According to the clock on the wall, it is that time once again. We'll stick a fork in that Thursday and roll into Friday. There you go, TGIF. What's on tap for the weekend? All right, ready or not, here it comes, and we're underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Stars shining bright. Looks like you're at about a half a moon. 31 degrees outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio tonight. All right, the roller coaster warming up, cooling down, warming up. That trend's going to continue in the coming days. Now, our big cross-country storm has exited the eastern seaboard. But now, as we head into a Friday and on into the weekend, our next storm system that's going to bring a swath of plowable snow as this storm moves out of the Intermountain West. A band of snow along a nearly 2,000-mile zone from the Rockies to the Central Appalachians here. All right, so here we are, Thursday night, rolling into Friday morning. We've got some locally heavy snow in portions of the Wasatch, Teton, and Rocky Mountains. Generally, they're talking 6 to 12 inches. Over the Rockies, the storm's going to rely on moisture it brought in from the Pacific. As it progresses east, it begins to tap into a little bit of moisture from the Gulf. And in turn, some heavy snow will still fall on portions of the northwest, north-central portions of Nebraska. Accumulations, the further east you get, the lesser amount of accumulations. Generally, a coating, maybe an inch or two as the snow streaks from the Mississippi Valley Thursday night into Friday. We'll see maybe a few flakes over portions of the Ohio Valley later Friday and Friday night, and then it's the Central Appalachians Friday night into Saturday. So look at the current national radar scene. We're seeing that enhanced snowfall, bands of heavy snow along northern portions of Nebraska. Not much really happening yet in the central and southern portions of the state. That enhanced line kind of swings back to the southwest into northeastern portions of Colorado. Back into Wyoming, still some snow showers, even some snow showers back around Salt Lake City. But the circulation of the storm is now moving through, looks like Nebraska, on over to the east, Iowa. You've got rain in south central and southeastern Iowa, some heavy rain there in the Des Moines area tonight, what I'm seeing on the radar. But just north of Des Moines looks to be the transition line from the liquid precipitation to the frozen precipitation. It's more of a light snow just moving into, say, Waterloo on up towards Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Little bit of rain moving into the westernmost reaches of Illinois tonight as well. Now, as far as our heaviest accumulations, it's going to be Wyoming, northern Nebraska, southern South Dakota. The winter weather advisories do extend over into central and northwestern portions of Iowa. Nothing further to the east of that at this point in time. Still a windy night, though, there along the eastern seaboard. Wind advisories stretching from western portions of Virginia into eastern West Virginia, much of Pennsylvania, New York, on up into New England. There are actually still high wind warnings up toward the Boston area. Accumulations, what do we see? The ground really has warmed up quite a bit over the central states. You combine that with the energy from the strong sunlight as the days are getting longer. Snow may struggle to accumulate during the midday and afternoon hours. Most of the treated roads should just be wet, but still be prepared for some slippery conditions and reduced visibility along portions of I-80 in the central states, 79, 81, and 89 rather, later as we get over toward the Central Appalachians. As we look ahead later Friday night to Saturday morning, maybe a few flurries as far to the east as maybe even New York City, Boston, the Philadelphia area. They're not expecting any accumulation there, but this weekend there will be a secondary band of snow or maybe some patches of snow developing over the upper Midwest and the eastern Great Lakes. And accumulations with that will also be rather light. Kind of looking ahead here after more wintry weather. Yeah, as we're just talking about, late this week and into the weekend for the Midwest and the Northeast, warmth begins to build and expand over the central and eastern states coming up next week. However, AccuWeather's long-range team continues to monitor the pent-up polar vortex. There are some signs, they say, of some changes coming toward the middle portions of March. Oh, no. For those waiting to get out on the golf course, the bike paths, sports courts, the upcoming pattern will have plenty of opportunities. And with the return of daylight savings time this weekend, don't forget, we're going to spring forward. You're going to lose an hour of sleep. You'll have that extra hour of sunlight, though, in the evenings. More time to get outside after work or school. After a couple of storms produce some areas of snow that we just mentioned into the weekend from parts of the north central states to the northeast, the cold air begins to retreat northward. Warmer air returns over the south central states, and it's going to expand pretty considerably. The warm-up begins south of the snow areas from now into the weekend. You factor in the March sunshine in places that the winds don't kick up. The midday and afternoon hours should be pretty delightfully warm. And vast areas of the plains, the Mississippi Valley, and the east looking toward next week. Now, any breeze off the chilly bays, lakes, or the larger rivers might negate some of that warmth along the northern tier where you still have some snow. Much of the sun's energy will be used to melt some of that snow cover rather than warming the air. When you get away from those chilly areas, though, temperatures will likely soar maybe to some of the warmest levels we've seen since last fall. Highs are forecast to be in the 50s and 60s for much of next week in Chicago, with the same in store for Detroit during the early and middle portions of the week. Now, following highs within a few degrees of 50 degrees in New York City early next week, temperatures projected to jump into the 60s later next week. Even in New England, where spring is often delayed by weeks and sometimes months due to the cold Atlantic, and of course, the air south and east of the Great Lakes, temperatures should reach the historical average or maybe above for most days next week. Highs in Boston are going to trend through the 40s from Sunday to Tuesday, should reach the 50s by midweek next week. That warmer weather will lead to, again, thawing ice on the lakes and the ponds. Could be talking some ice jams over the rivers over the northern tier of the country. Forecasters are looking at 2 rounds of severe weather over the next 7 to 10 days for the southern and central states. One round will be limited to a section of the Gulf Coast this weekend. Severe weather will bring some risk for hail, damaging wind, and flash flooding on Saturday from northeastern Texas over to the Florida Panhandle and southern Alabama. Cannot rule out a couple of tornadoes there. Severe weather may continue to shift across the southeastern corner of the country this weekend as our next large storm out of the Rockies moves in later next week. That's where we see the potential for a significant outbreak of severe weather unfolding across portions of the Great Plains and the Mississippi Valley. Same storm will likely bring some snow on the colder northwestern flank, which could include areas from Minneapolis back to near the Denver area. Sounds almost somewhat reminiscent of what we contended with this week. Gusty winds are likely through the storm circulation. Where the landscape is dry, such as the southern high plains, we'll probably be talking the risk of wildfires. Once again, red flag warnings will be in place. Matter of fact, we do have some red flag warnings tonight. Portions of western Texas, a little portion there of southwestern Missouri and the adjoining counties in southeastern Kansas. So still contending with some gusty winds out there. It's just been a windy week. Our number, 844-844-3388. As we kick off a brand new day, we'll check in with some of our friends joining us via Facebook, YouTube. Just ahead, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All right, talking about the big warm-up next week. That should put a smile on many faces. But I did kind of tease you that Old Man Winter may have, I don't know, would it be one last gasp? The long-range forecasters at AccuWeather monitoring the activity along with the polar vortex. And they monitor that year-round. When the vortex remains strong, that frigid air is pretty much locked up near the Arctic Circle. When the vortex weakens or becomes kind of distorted, it can send some of that frigid air southward here into the lower 48. There has been some light stretching of the vortex this winter. That's what we saw with some of those very bitterly cold Arctic outbreaks. But the polar storm located in the upper part of the atmosphere has been pretty intact this winter. Into this week, we're now seeing some strong signals that the polar vortex may weaken to the point where one or maybe more major southward discharges of cold air may unfold in North America and Europe starting about mid-March. The magnitude, the direction, eastern or western North America, the extent of the cold has not been determined and won't be until the vortex breakdown actually occurs. It's springtime. It poses a challenge with cold air driven by polar vortex activity. You've got the warming effect of the sun, the shifting weather patterns that all have to be factored in. But all I know is, how far away are we? It's the 7th of February. 3 weeks from today, we will be rolling into day number 2 of the Mid-America Truck Show. 3 weeks away. 27th, 28th, and 29th of March. All eyes focus on Louisville, Kentucky. And we've historically, you never know what you're going to get when it comes to Louisville. It could be in the 70s or it could be snowing. And there have been years when we were in the middle upper 60s one day, like on a Thursday to start the show. A storm comes through, and it is literally snowing by the final day, and vice versa. We've had winter weather advisories. We've had tornadic activity. One year to the next, you never know what you're going to get. But one thing we do know is, well, what is it?
Well, we're on the countdown to the greatest day of the week, Monday. You know, it's such a great day, they're even shortening the weekend by 1 hour. How about that?
Okay, that's right.
So we'll get to it even faster now. How about that?
What a thrill that'll be.
Yeah, what a deal. It's pretty cold down here in Florida tonight. I'm looking at 47 degrees coming up on Wildwood. Of course, my load's running late. Dumbass me can't even look at the weather, so I'm in shorts and a T-shirt.
Well, I did have an answer to you. You asked the question on the greatest day of the week this week about the blood red moon. It's actually next Thursday night, Friday morning, 13th into the 14th.
Oh, okay. I thought it was this weekend.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember. I was wondering about it. I didn't know. I thought maybe you talked about it or something after I was taking my beauty nap. You know, I need a lot of those.
Absolutely, yeah. 13th into the 14th. So, yeah. Well, we'll see if we got clear. It would be a great night for a lunar eclipse tonight, because for our area, because we've got clear skies. Never know what you're going to get next week.
Yeah, it's clear down here too. Ready for the trunk show?
Ready or not, I guess I have to be, but yeah, we're making preparations. The final countdown is on.
Man, it's coming up fast. They're racing out at Phoenix this weekend for NASCAR, but have you noticed the Xfinity Series has moved to that CW network or whatever it is? What is that? I can't find it on my. I've got cable, and I don't know. They go up to 1,000 channels or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah.
And I can't find it anywhere. Is that an app or something?
No, the CW. I mean, the CW network. When I had cable,
I can't ever find it.
I thought we had it on our system when we had Spectrum, and I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've got Spectrum also, but I can't find it anywhere. So I guess this year I don't get to watch the Xfinity Series. I kind of like watching it more than the Cup Series.
Right. So I'm looking here. It says, okay, you got the CW app that's available free on many devices: Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV. Let's see, most smart TVs. On broadcast television, see, some markets actually carry the CW with the over-the-air signal. Hulu and live TV in some areas, YouTube TV, the CW shows are available the day after airing. Okay, so let's see, DirecTV and Dish Network. So
maybe I'll have to dig into it more.
Yeah.
I like to record them and then just fast forward through all the commercials. It seems like I can't hardly watch normal TV anymore. We seem to record everything that we like and then fast forward through all the commercials.
Yep.
That's the best way to watch it. Well, other than that, I don't have anything else. Really? Oh, yeah. Have you heard from Big Ed lately?
You know what? I'm looking at the screen, and I do believe we're going to get a check-in from Big Ed coming up here. I tried to call him. I think it's been about 3 weeks ago, and he was. We'll get the full update. He was in orientation. I'm going to find. Maybe he's back on the road again.
Well, I was wondering because I saw where he was going to bed by the border or something. I was wondering what that was all about.
Okay, I didn't see
if
that.
He's on there, I guess we'll hear from him. So Well, I appreciate you taking my call, and have a good weekend. We'll talk to you on the greatest day of the week.
Oh, boy. All right, thank you. Don't forget, that greatest day is going to be here an hour earlier next week. Springing forward. Yeah, we'll get an update there. Big Ed on the line. It's 844-844-3388. All right, I got about a minute before news break. Hello to Leonard out of the box. High pressure pumpkin on board. Pumping, that is. Let's roll. Marianne is in the house. Steve checking in from Semi Valley, California. Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, TGIF, baby. For the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve's throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna, the stick shin eliminator. Power mic is on. We promote all of our products. 844-844-3388. The digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. Right at the freezing mark, 32, Harrison, Ohio. Oh, where is the two-time world champion manure hauler? Oh, where could he be? Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Let's get the party started. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has voted to censure the Texas Democrat who disrupted President Trump's joint address to Congress. Some Democrats joined Green in singing in the chamber after Johnson announced the censure.
By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
During the speech on Tuesday night, Congressman Al Green stood in the aisle of the House chamber and waved his cane at the president. House Speaker Mike Johnson told the House Sergeant-at-Arms to escort him from the chamber.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 427 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 104 points. The Nasdaq fell by 483 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Got us a Friday coming on here, TGIF. And of course, it won't be long. March Madness. I guess we're about a little over a week away. Not this Sunday, but the following is Selection Sunday. March the 16th, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. After which the action begins. Basketball. About the only time I really show any interest in basketball, but for what it's worth, are you with me?
I'm with you in that. Yeah, that's the way with me. I usually, March Madness, I like to try to keep up with what's going on. I mean, every time I ever do a bracket, I lose my behind. So I try not to fill out too many brackets, that's for sure. Well, Steve, old buddy, it's been a while.
It has.
Oh, right quick, Captain Ron, that was a good-looking picture of him in his Marine uniform. I salute you. You see that, where he posted that picture of himself?
I did not. I don't think I saw that.
I think that's Captain Ron. If it ain't, then I got the wrong person. Pretty sure it looked like him.
Now, he's a Semper Fi. I know he's a Semper Fi guy, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good-looking picture. So, I'm assuming he wasn't no captain in the Marine Corps, that he probably wants to be a boat captain, but and maybe he can explain that, how he come up with Captain Ron, but he looked good enough to be a captain in the Marine Corps.
Well, that's I pulled it up here. Yeah, that's him. Any question who I stand for, who's with me? Who are you standing for? Yes. Okay, that's him.
Yep, Captain Ron. I like that. Really like that. Boy, we've gotten behind that article. Rolling Stone. Did you? I'm assuming you've seen that with no Josh Malloy.
Absolutely, yes. I shared that and I mentioned it to the audience. I did not read the entire article, but how about that? Feather in the cap.
Yeah, I'm not big time feather. And what really, I thought, man, because I went to the concert. I was there. When they were talking about everybody that was back in the back, stage or, there was a lot of different family members from all the band. And then I don't know how many, because he had two bands that opened for him. and the place was sold out.
Uh-huh.
And the crowd, which I got to go back and visit in the dressing room and what have you, in between his interview with I didn't even know the Rolling Stone people were there. But what made me sick was after the concert, all Josh's family and the immediate friends, we stood outside under the marquee lights, the sign, and we all got our picture with him. And I was thinking, gosh darn it, I wish they would have put that picture in the Rolling Stone.
Uh-huh.
And then I would have had a hell of a claim to fame, don't you know?
A big head on the cover of Rolling Stone.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I thought, wow, but just to know I was there reading the article, and I would encourage anybody that's trying to keep up with Josh to go in and read that article. He's a phenomenal. I'm sorry, he's just phenomenal. I know I identify with the way he plays his music, what he sings about, because he writes quite a bit. And then he had went out to somewhere out there by Lubbock right after that, and he sold that venue out, and they want him to come back, and they said they're going to put him in a 10,000 seat or
capacity,
stage area, 10,000 people capacity, because they felt like they could have sold more tickets if they'd had him in a bigger capacity stage.
Wow!
So I think he's planning on going back out there. I know here in May he's going to be in the Fort Worth, and then last night he was up there in Manhattan, Kansas. So, man, he's really getting out there, making a name for himself, and so it Valentine's, me and his aunt Denise, we kind of hang around each other. We were going to go out and eat, and she called and said, well, Josh invited us over to his house for supper. Well, okay, man, save $100, Hey,
right, that's
I'll go over and eat.
Uh-huh.
So don't let me run out of time, because I've got a mouthful. But anyway, so we went over, and I'll tell you, his wife, boy, that was the best steak, Steve, I've ever eaten. I'm serious. I don't know what kind of spices she put on that, but boy, it was good. But anyway, we went over and ate, and had a good time, and then his dad was there, Josh's dad, and he had that Landman playing on TV, and we're sitting there, and then there's Josh singing on TV, and I'm thinking, wow, man, that was real mind-blowing, and so, but anyway, and so when we left, I told Denise, I said, well, I was going to take her home. She said, I think I'm going to go to the casino. Well, I hadn't been to the casino in quite some time. I said, I got this $100 I was going to spend on us for Valentine's.
Burning a hole in your pocket.
Yeah. So I said, I'll just take you to the casino. So I went down there to the casino and started playing on that 100, and I got down to $20, and I was playing the dime machine. Punched that 20. I punched in. I think I paid playing $5. Boom! Hit that sucker for I think what was it, $2,500.
Wow! Really?
All right. So when they brought my money, they said, "Now you keep playing." I know I'm no dummy. I win big. I'd get up and I leave. I ain't playing that back. So I had a real good night, and so I told Denise, I said, "Don't tell old Josh I want his money." I said, "He'll probably want some of it, so because it was him that invited me over for dinner and saved me $100, and I went and won $2,500 with it. So I had a good time. But yeah, that morning you had called, Steve. I was doing orientation, and I've got back out here on the road. Been out here, I think 2 weeks tomorrow, trying to get myself climatized back to it. You know, because things change. Even the 7-8 months I laid off, the things have flat changed. And you just got to get used to that lingo and the way they want things done, and getting used to this traffic. You know, getting those driving legs and the feel for the road. It just, which you know, I could have went home this weekend, but I would come out and I try to stay out 4 or 5 weeks. Because for me, that's where I make most money. What am I going to do at home? Go home and take a shower and sleep in my bed for 34 hours or 48 hours and get up and go again? I'd rather just, I'm comfortable in the truck. I do it out here, and then when I'm ready to go home, I'll go home. Then I'll take 4 or 5 days off. But now I've reached that age, and I'm going to get to, really, I got a mouthful I want to talk about. I'm getting to that age now, I can make all the money I want. But there's a kicker to all that, you know? So, but right quick, I'd answer Captain Ron's question. I took a load down, or part of a load down to McAllen, Texas, because I delivered half of it there in San Antonio. And I was right there on the border. That's where I camped out last night. And, I didn't have no troubles. Today, I got up and went over to Laredo, and I kind of followed the curves of the United States border with Texas, with Mexico, and places I'd be going along there, and I'd see that wall. And I'll tell you what, Steve, that was fairly, I don't know what it was. It was just unnerving for me to see that wall. It almost made me feel isolated. I mean, it's sad that it's got to be that way. You know, I've been on the border before, and that's from years back. We didn't have to have a wall to protect us from, I guess, our enemies. And that's another thing. I don't consider the Mexican population our enemies, Steve. I don't. I never have. So, and I'm going to say something. I'm not trying to be racist about it, but it is the truth. And if these guys would think about it, when I go into a receiving area, making deliveries, and they're Mexicans that are working, most professional attitudes, they conduct themselves in a professional manner. It's like your long lost relative. They throw their arms open. Hey, I'm glad you made it, even though you might be an hour late. They don't gripe. They don't make you feel like crap. And it's really the same thing with black people if they're working the docks. But the biggest complainers and crybabies out here are the American white people. And I'm saying that, and I'm serious. They gripe, they complain, they make you feel like crap, they don't want your load. When that load is the reason you got a damn job. But and I'm just wondering how many other drivers have ever noticed that. So when I go down there, hey, I enjoy it. Even the people that loaded me up today, they was real quick about getting me loaded, getting me out of there, And the first thing he said is, be safe. And then I've been late before, and I come in there and say, hey, I'm sorry I'm late. Hey, you got here safe, didn't you? That's the attitude of the Mexican or Mexican people. So I just, I don't, and maybe that's why when I've seen that wall, I'm thinking, the people in Mexico are not my enemy.
Well, it's not because they're enemies. It's really I don't consider them enemies. No, I don't think most of us do. It's to keep them from coming in illegally. Go through the legal process. Come on in. We let 1 million people come in legally every year. I mean, there's only a certain amount we can accommodate.
But did they ever break that? Go ahead. Did they ever break that down at the? Okay, they say 1 million. How many of them are Mexican versus Venezuelans versus Chinese versus Middle East? Have they broke that down into numbers?
I'm sure that I could search that up. Yeah, I mean, it's not all Mexican, but just that's globally 1 million legal. Yeah.
Let's go back to NAFTA. You remember when we were doing that protest, I guess, if that's what we want to call it, where you had went to D.C. and then we had that big rally in Oklahoma City, and it even then, and then what was it? The guy named Mexican Trucker that was based out of Mexico.
Yes, Mexico Trucker. Yep.
Yeah, and he was wearing you and me out because he thought we were against Americans. I mean, the Mexicans. That wasn't what it was about. It was about Mexico coming into compliance with the agreement of the NAFTA trade accords. Am I correct? That's what we was fussing about.
Absolutely.
Were we? It wasn't any. It didn't have a damn thing to do with the Mexican truck driver. And I always felt that maybe we didn't explain that enough. That maybe we made Mexican people feel like that they were our enemy when they're not. So if there's any Mexican people out there listening, or any Mexican drivers, understand you're not the enemy. And I would hope that if they're coming over here, that you would want your country, if you're operating under that NAFTA trade agreements, and I'm assuming that still goes on, that you want your country to follow the same rules that you have to follow in the United States. But I still, to this day, don't think that they do that, because we can't go into Mexico that I'm aware of. At least I don't want to, because it's unsafe, because of all the drug cartels, the killings and stuff that go down there. So, anyway, I want to throw that out there. It's just so unnerving to have seen that fence. I've seen it on TV, but yeah, I just thought, man, that's a sad state of affairs. Are we going to build a fence like that up there across Canada? You reckon?
Nope.
So, and the way I understand it, Canada's letting people come across their border. I don't know how the hell they're doing it, but they're doing it. Excuse me. But anyway, this thing with taxes. Do I got time to talk more?
All right, you go ahead. Yeah, so you're liking the idea, but one of the things you had touted was, why are we taxing our Social Security benefits? You paid taxes when you worked, so I mean, no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no tax on Social Security. Those are all supposed to be part of the plan.
Okay, now let's talk about this tax on Social Security. Because, and then somebody might be listening, and I've been doing the math in my head. I'm not putting it on paper. Okay, I'm at that age where I supposedly can make all I want. They're not going to take any of my Social Security away. But, there's a but there. After so much, my Social Security, based on my yearly earnings that I'm making, is going to be bunched in with that. Let's say I go out there and make $75,000. Then they're going to take my Social Security and whatever that magic number is, throw it in with the $75,000, and then tax me on that, which is going to put me in a higher tax bracket. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
So you don't. I guess my thing to President Trump or whoever is going to be trying to do all this figuring, don't tell me you're giving me a break over here. Then on the other end, you just stick it to me. Because if you're going to count that Social Security against my overall income, my disposable income, you ain't doing a damn thing for me. Am I correct in that?
If they rolled that into your actual income, yeah, like you said, you're probably going to pay more tax on that than you otherwise would.
Right. And so now I get to thinking, all right, now I'm assuming the owner-operators still do it, and that's that per diem.
Yes.
Now, used to, company drivers could claim that. Glenda and I used to claim per diem all the time because we did long-form taxes. Then they come out with the rules that company drivers can't claim per diem. But there's a but here. There are still companies out there that will pay a per diem. Now, it may not be, remember your dad used to preach at us, don't do that. Because when it comes to figuring your Social Security, it's going to give you less money, and therefore your Social Security is going to be less. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
100%. Yep.
So, okay. So with that being said, somebody like me, since I'm at that magic age, if I'm going to run out here, I want to run somebody's going to pay me that per diem, because when they pay you that per diem, then you're only getting taxed for 75% of your disposable income, which you could turn lower than that. See where I'm going with that?
I got you. Yep.
And that would lower what I would have to pay if they go through with what they say they're going to go through with, and they don't give me that break. I say, okay, well, I'm giving it to you here, but they're going to choke it to me on the other end of it. So to offbeat that, I've been, okay, I need to work for somebody that's going to pay me a per diem, where they're only going to tax 75% of my disposable income, which, prayerfully, and I can control what I'm going to make. I can look at what I'm making, and I've got the ability to slow it down, see where my tax bracket's going to be at the end of the year, and try to slow that down so I don't get a big chunk broke off in me at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of magic they've got to do to make this worthwhile. Now, your normal senior citizen, yeah, okay, they need that break, Steve. They really do, especially somebody that's not working part-time. And what's really sad is they supposedly give you a cost of living increase. Hey, come on. Then you turn around and take it away from them by charging them more for their Medicare. That don't make sense, does it?
Does not. Hey, I've got a 76-year-old mother living on Social Security. So I don't know how much, not having to pay that tax, but it's probably going to be, what, 15, 30, 40 bucks? I don't know how much a month it's going to be.
Yeah, somewhere in that, and every dollar counts. But really, if you want to do something for the seniors, man, they need to eliminate the Social Security tax. No, every state, no Social Security tax. Federal, no Social Security tax. Probably $3,000 or $4,000. I'm going to say off the top of my head, and I might be wrong.
Okay.
That between the state and the federal, they'll bust you for. All right. In other words, they're going to take it. Now, I could be wrong, but they need to eliminate the state and the federal. They need to eliminate the Medicare. Because I think for Medicare, hell, I'm paying $250 a month or better. And man, I'm thinking, wow, hell, if I have to work, I don't have to work full time, but if I'm going to work or not work full time, I've got to work part time to offset that what they're taking for Medicare.
Sure.
Or I can't survive with my electric. I mean, I got enough food to eat. I guess if I let my vehicle go back, which I ain't going to do. So, but I don't want to live like a damn pauper,
Who does? Yeah.
And I ain't trying to get dirty rich out here. I'm just trying to make all my money work for me so I don't have to be dependent on the government, but for what I've earned. And I don't feel like I've I'm begging for anything that I have not, or you, or anybody else out there, we have earned it. Especially at our age.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not asking for something for nothing. That's for damn sure. But anyway, Steve, I'd probably rile up a few folks. I wasn't meaning to, but that's my mouth full.
All right. Well,
but I'll try to check in with you at least once a week.
Do that, yeah. It's good to hear from you. So that's a good place to leave off because we're right up against the top of the hour news break. Big Ed,
Steve, love you.
Are you with me? All right, it is 844-844-3388.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he wants to keep good people in government. While speaking from the White House today, Trump defended the cuts being carried out by the Department of Government Efficiency.
Elon and the group are going to be watching them, and if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
Trump added that he trusts Musk to make the right cuts. Vice President J.D. Vance paid a visit to the U.S.-Mexico border yesterday, getting a first-hand look at the effect of the Trump administration's tough-on-crime approach to immigration.
Vice President Vance praised Trump's actions to combat illegal migration and drug trafficking, saying the country didn't need new laws to secure the border, but a new president. Border crossings have plummeted since Trump took office, hitting a record low last month after the president halted almost all legal pathways to asylum and sent thousands of troops to the border. Vance said migrants in the country illegally should leave and that Trump hopes to build the entire southern border wall by the end of his tenure. Tony Waterman, Texas.
President Trump warned Hamas that they must release hostages held in Gaza or, quote, "it's over for you," close quote.
Giles Gibson reports Trump posted the warning on social media yesterday as the White House confirmed the U.S. has been holding direct talks with Hamas.
The Trump administration is currently trying to break the deadlock in relation to the Gaza ceasefire deal, and by holding direct talks with Hamas, it's reversing a long-standing policy of not holding negotiations with organizations classed as terror groups by the U.S.
In his post, Trump also addressed the people of Gaza, saying, "A beautiful future awaits, but if you hold hostages, you are dead." John Summers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 427 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 104 points. The Nasdaq fell by 483 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
7 New York City men have been charged in a $20 million money laundering scheme targeting victims across the state and the country.
The men, all from Queens and Staten Island, allegedly targeted 1,800 people, mostly seniors, in 45 states. Nassau County DA Ann Donnelly says they sent Marks computer pop-ups telling them their information had been used to buy child porn. Donnelly says they threatened to turn victims into police unless they purchased gift cards. Then she says they'd use those cards to buy copper pipes, water heaters, and electrical wiring, and resell the materials to contractors and plumbers in New York City and Nassau County. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
SpaceX has once again lost contact with its Starship rocket during a test flight. 8 minutes into the flight, engines cut off and the craft spun out of control before all communication was lost. The corporate offices of Seattle-based Starbucks have issued a new rule after a rare attack earlier this year.
A Starbucks employee was attacked by a customer's pet monkey that jumped through the drive-thru window at a Mobile, Alabama Starbucks. The employee was taking regular orders, working the drive-thru, when suddenly the customer's pet monkey got loose, climbed through the window, and started attacking the worker. A second co-worker had to peel the monkey from the victim. The victim did require vaccinations and stitches after the incident. Since then, Starbucks has banned monkeys from its restaurants and drive-thrus. I'm Monica Nelson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good to hear from Big Ed here as we roll into a Friday, get the update. Best on the road again. Kind of what I suspected. All right, Tapeworm checking in from Evansville, Indiana. 31 degrees, picking up a load of shingles in the morning. And on Florida bound. Now, hello to Pat in Rochester, New York. Hey, Steve, they're calling for 60s next week. Now, I've got baby number 3 coming in about 6 weeks. I am beyond excited. Excellent. Congratulations there. Hope all goes well. Yeah, looking forward to the warm-up next week. Hello to Tank. Good morning. Happy Friday. 62 degrees, but very windy here in western Oklahoma, headed toward the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody have a blessed day. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammerdown, 34, windy tonight in Kingston, New York. Round number 3 to Schenectady. And it's back to Wilmington, Delaware. Reload for Saturday morning in New Haven, Connecticut. Yes, only 13 days till spring. Copy that, Rob. Thank you very much. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday to you, hump day to me, whatever day. 10 days till St. Patrick's Day. 14 till spring. All right, is it 13, 14? Where are we at here? 7th day. All right, 44 days till Resurrection Sunday. Got the usual run tonight. Beautiful night for trailer trucking, 71 north in Kentucky, across from the Walton Scale. Got some road work there, but it's been a quiet night thus far. Clear skies, little breeze, 32 degrees, rolling I-71 in the bluegrass. Be safe, have a great weekend when you get around to it. Zorro on board. Zorro here. Hello, Steve. All right, Jerry, hello from Kokomo. All right, good morning, Steve. Thanks to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive for another great show. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for making this possible. 28 degrees, Kokomo. Looking forward to the 50s this weekend. Maybe 50 degrees. Everybody be safe. Don't forget, tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, there's Jeffrey in Florida. Morning, Steve. Excited about tonight's show. You never disappoint. Buckeye Boy checking in from Lee's Summit, Missouri. 40 degrees. Got my delivery off okay. Once I was able to back up a narrow ramp beside the below ground level dock. They only had a 12'6" clearance. Who designs a major name brand high-end hotel with such a low clearance dock? Idiots. Anyway, I pick up later today, 12:30 local, then I'll head back. Have a great night. A better weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. Good to have you on board. All right, let's see. Screw Plan Playbook. Snowing in northern Nebraska. Yeah, in some areas, it is flat out putting it down. Monty was chiming in because Captain Rom was asking about the CW. I know locally in my town that we've got a local channel over the air that is the CW. I guess maybe not all, and when we had the cable, some carry it, some don't. I guess it's like Newsmax, right? Right now I have access to Newsmax too, but I do not on my television have access to the regular old Newsmax. It's all right. Norman checking in from north central Kansas tonight, relaxing at the home 20. Got the mower out today. Really? All right. James says rainy weekend ahead here in Georgia. Looks like we're gonna. Yeah. Okay. Gilligan, morning, Steve, fellow listeners. There's a big difference in the weather tonight. It's a clear, cold 34 at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Hope everybody has a great, safe weekend out there. Keep it shiny side up. Very good. There's Matt chiming in with some of our listening friends. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 35 degrees, little snow in Burnt Prairie, Illinois. But we've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed west at a high fuel consumption rate of speed. He didn't say that. He said a high rate. Did you get that message last night, Lauren Weiss? Someone suggested, how about got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck headed west at a high fuel consumption rate of speed. 65 stout Tar Heel steers headed for a plush feedlot in the center of the country. An epic night for blasting a trail across the heartland. Special one-night-only shout-out to the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive, Mr. Gilligan, from the land of Lincoln. All right. Get to some of the other friends coming up here. Big Ed was talking about the per diem thing. Well, he did touch on that earlier this week. Several things going on, and Yeah, right along that line, before we get back to the calls, let me jump into this from Landline this past day. Maybe the opportunity for you to make more money. We know employee truck drivers often work well beyond a 40-hour work week, right? But motor carriers are not required to provide these drivers any overtime. There's a bill in the House and Senate looking to change that. This past day, Thursday, March 6th, Representatives Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey and Mark Takano of California introduced the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act. Senators Alex Padilla of California and Ed Markey of Massachusetts also confirmed plans to introduce the Senate version of the bill. The Guaranteed Overtime Truckers Act would amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to require that truckers receive overtime compensation when they work more than 40 hours a week. That exemption, we've talked about this for years, created to prevent truck drivers from being encouraged to work excessive hours. However, the opposite has happened. It is now common for truck drivers to work 70 hours in a week while receiving a base pay similar to what someone would make in a 40-hour week. The change would apply to company drivers, but the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association said that the forcing the shippers and receivers to value truckers' times would actually create change industry-wide. Truckers, the backbone of our economy, keeping goods moving, ensuring our supply chain stays strong. Yet, despite their essential role, trucking remains one of the few professions in America denied guaranteed overtime pay. It's long past time the hardworking men and women behind the wheel are fairly compensated. By discounting truckers' time, big trucking has driven wages downward, treating truckers as disposable rather than skilled professionals that they are. We appreciate Representatives Van Drew, Representative Takano, the Senate side, for championing the bipartisan Guaranteed Overtime Truckers Act. All right, Van Drew, who also introduced the bill in the previous session, as I said, we've talked about this for years, said it's about being fair to America's truckers. Yeah, they keep the supply chain moving, working long, exhausting hours to make sure the goods get where they need to go. But right now, they're not guaranteed overtime like most other workers. That's just not right. This is a simple fix. It ensures truckers are fairly compensated for extra hours they put in. All right, truckers are vital to the supply chain. This is going to the Senate side. Takano, it's unfair that they're singled out as somehow unworthy of overtime pay. This would help right that wrong and make sure they're fairly compensated. In addition to OOIDA, the bill is supported by the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the Truck Safety Coalition, and the Institute for Safer Trucking. Now, you've got the no tax on overtime. The bill to remove the motor carrier overtime exemption becomes even more important considering that President Trump has pledged to eliminate taxes on overtime. Promoted the idea during his campaign, then mentioned that plan earlier this week when he addressed Congress. People who work overtime are among the hardest working citizens in our country, according to President Trump. The bipartisan Guaranteed Overtime Act would not only enable employee truck drivers to receive overtime compensation, but allow them to receive a tax break if Trump's plan is ultimately able to come to fruition. And then earlier this week, this is where the whole per diem thing comes into play. OOIDA asked Congress, take another action that would benefit those employee truck drivers. The letter sent this past Tuesday to the Republican members of the House Ways and Means and Senate Finance Committees, asking them restore the per diem tax deduction for those employee truck drivers. Owner-operators still benefit from the per diem deduction. Employee truck drivers had been allowed to deduct 80% of the per diem rate, expenses for meals while on the road from their taxes, until the Tax and Jobs Cuts Act in 2017 eliminated that. The bill eliminated several miscellaneous deductions, but increased the standard deduction, as we know. The math, however, did not work out to the benefit of company truck drivers. We heard from members who received an unexpected tax hike after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was enacted, in some cases as much as thousands of dollars more than they had anticipated. So as part of reconciliation, the big beautiful bill, we implore Congress to restore the employee driver's ability to deduct daily meal expenses while on the road and maintain that existing current benefit for the owner-operators. Several updates that if all this, maybe comes full circle, could benefit drivers with increased wages, desperately needed. Send your heat wave.
Good morning, Senor. Soggy, Southern California. Surprise. After the big wins we had in Phoenix, we come out here and get Nature's Car Wash. So I'm sure I'm leaving a salt ring wherever I go. Just listening to Big Ed talk, and I left a voicemail with him right after he got off. I think, seems like to me we're putting old ideas on top of new ideas. Now, if they're going to say they're not going to tax Social Security or tips or overtime, then why would the government want to tax it at the end of the year? I mean, that would be really putting a big burden on the individuals and families that depend on the overtime and Social Security and tips. So I'm sure that with the new ideas that are being presented and hopefully come into law, there's going to be adjustments made to the tax codes. So I think right now we're worrying a little bit too much about the future, not knowing what the tax codes are going to be if and when they pass the proposals. So I'm looking forward to it myself. Oh, Lordy. Well, let's see what's been going on. They had a fatality there in Avondale, Arizona. And that's like maybe, 4 miles away from our terminal there in Phoenix. And they were not going to let any driver go out west because of that. And I thought, well, why can't we just take, the back roads, the surface streets to get around that? And then someone said, well, don't you think everyone else is thinking the same way? And I thought, yeah, you're probably right. But, each state has got a different 511 system. I mean, some states make sense. Arizona, well, they'll tell you what's happening now and then what happened 2 or 3 days ago. Like, well, why the hell would I want to know what happened then when I need to know what happens now? California, it's too laid back. You don't get the information you need. So you're like, the hell with it. And there was the interstate I noticed eastbound when I was at coming up to Center Desert Center. Is that what it is? Yeah, I think so. Center Desert, or Desert Central, or whatever the hell they call that damn place, out in the middle of the nowhere. They had, there was no eastbound traffic, and the westbound was starting to back up. Well, I couldn't find anything on California's 511. They're so worried about Los Angeles, it's like the rest of California doesn't exist. And come to find out what they were doing, it looked like they were laying down some utility cable, for a new power line going above the interstate. And I'm hoping that's what was going on there in Blythe to the eastbound side, because there was miles worth of a backup. And I'm thinking, going to Banning from Phoenix and then going back to Phoenix from Banning, it's about the 570-something mile round trip. And with the state of California being 55, that's going to be a bit of a challenge, I believe. Especially in a tractor that only goes 67 max in a speed zone that's 75 or better. Yeah, so, yeah, another rough night coming up. So, what else has been going on?
Which of the homeless people did you cuddle up with the other night when you were stuck there all night?
Oh, no. It's funny you should mention that, because that was one of the things that was, kind of bugging me. It's dark, and you walk to a restaurant, whether it be fast food or IHOP or whatever, and you've got a bunch. The homeless is right there, basically right at the motel doorstep all the way to the restaurants and back, even at the truck stops. Now, Phoenix was hit last year with a weak tornado, a 1 or a 2. But what happened is they went ahead and they put a lot of lights up around that neck of the woods. So, you can actually see where you're walking. But, them shadows, they play with your mind if you're not careful. Because I always, have the presence of what's going on around me. You need to have that presence of mind to know, someone's coming or someone ain't.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you what, I get that little spidey sense, that little tingle at the back of my head. And it's like, man, I just don't feel comfortable stepping out of that hotel, especially at night. But, the homeless is still there, and it's a shame. But, also, Big Ed was also talking about, the hardest working people and the nicest people out there. And I agree. The only thing I have that really is a pet peeve is when the Mexican workers whistle at me like I'm some kind of damn dog trying to get my attention.
Yeah.
Oh, that pisses me off to no end. And no, they're not our enemies. But, with what was going on in the last 4 years, and then the last 8 years with Obama in office prior to Trump's first, they made it to where crossing the border, don't even worry about it.
Well, that there is no border.
You're here,
and that's why the big wall's there. A country without borders is not a country, and that's what Trump has touted, and that's why we have the wall.
Exactly. Right. Well, Big Ed's calling me. I guess I'll have to call him back here in a minute. But at Canada, well, they said, well, we only had 42 pounds of fentanyl. Well, you know what? That was enough to kill a 500,000 people. And the Democrats are like, well, what's 500,000 people worth? Well, I think one person is worth more than any money in the world.
Yeah.
And I don't know I can't even think of the word, solubility, if that sounds right, of that drug. But if it were put in a water, public water system, would our chemicals that clean the water for consumption, would they be strong enough to break down the fentanyl poison? That's something that scares the hell out of me.
That's a good question. I do not know the answer to that, but I do know that we've made numerous individual busts along like the southern border with enough of the drug to kill every man, woman, and child in the entire damn country.
And I'm sure probably more than enough to kill everybody in the world at least twice over. So that scares the hell out of me. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good night, and we'll do this again next week.
All right. Hopefully you don't spend 20 hours stuck in Phoenix, right? All right. Update on the tariff situation. Got a little bit of a clarification this past day. President Trump delaying some tariffs targeting Canada and Mexico, leading Ottawa to halt an upcoming wave of countermeasures. This is going to bring a reprieve to companies and consumers after we saw some blowback from the financial markets. Yeah, of course, stock markets tumbled after those tariffs of 25% kicked in on Tuesday. Trump signed orders yesterday to delay the fresh tariffs from Canadian and Mexican imports that are covered by the North American Free Trade Agreement, or the updated USMCA agreement. Now, he dismissed suggestions that his decisions were being linked to market turmoil. This pause will last until April 2nd, which is undoubtedly offering relief to the automakers. In the auto sector, parts crossed North American borders multiple times during production. After talking with the big three automakers this week, they had already announced a 1-month exemption on autos coming through the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. All right, we'll pick up there following the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We have a lot of interest in TikTok.
President Trump says he knows there's a lot of interest in the social media platform TikTok. And when he was asked if he plans to extend the deadline if an American company doesn't buy the app, Trump indicated that he would. President Trump says he's going to decide if he's going to revoke the protected status for Ukrainian refugees soon. There were mixed reports today about whether Trump would strip the 240,000 Ukrainians of their temporary legal status in the country.
We're not looking to hurt anybody, and we're certainly not looking to hurt them.
Removing legal status from the Ukrainian refugees could make it easier for them to be deported as the administration steps up immigration efforts. AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.11. The most expensive gas can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.17 a gallon, while Jones County, Mississippi has it down to $2.47 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we'll get back to the whole tariff scenario. It's a very fluid situation, changing by the day. I am caught in the news updates that in the House this past day, the House of Representatives, they did formally move to censure Representative Al Green after refusing to take his seat, stop disrupting the joint address to Congress on Tuesday night. What you did not probably hear is he never actually had the censure read on the House floor, at least initially as anticipated. Things actually turned into a debacle reminiscent of what we all witnessed unfolding on Tuesday night, where numerous other Democrats, after being called to the well, as they call it, so the House Speaker could actually read the censure, which is the requirement. They all gathered around and started singing, "We Shall Overcome." It was a mess. So first, the House voted 224 to 198 to censure Green as punishment for his disrupting the joint address to Congress. 10 Democrats joined with Republicans to support the censure resolution. There were 2 Democrats that voted present. Now, we're talking to the Texas congressman, 20 years in the House, and Representative Shamari Figures of Alabama, a lawmaker in his first term. But as House Speaker Mike Johnson was announcing passage of the resolution, as I mentioned, this group of Democrats gathered around Green in the well and started singing, "We Shall Overcome," the anthem of the civil rights movement. Again, as the case was Tuesday, Speaker Johnson repeatedly tried to gavel the House to order. They refused. The Democrat lawmakers continued to sing. They did not disperse. Eventually, he declared the House in recess. Now, according to Politico, after a member has been censured, he or she is supposed to stand in the well as that censure resolution is read. Now, this protest prevented that from happening. Now you've got Representative Andy Ogles of Tennessee, who has already formally moved to force those Democrats who prevented the public reading of the resolution censuring Al Green to face punishment of their own. His resolution calls for the members who participated in the protest to be removed from their committee assignments in light of conduct they exhibited on the House floor. The document directs the House Sergeant-at-Arms to provide a list of the affected representatives within a week. Of course, it's all on video. And for them to be removed from their committee assignments for the remainder of the 119th Congress. There must be accountability, he wrote, via the social media platform X. The American people deserve better than petty, juvenile stunts in one of the most sacred chambers of the government. If you want to act like a child in the halls of Congress, you'll be treated like a child. Now, he's an outspoken Trump supporter. He was just as blunt in an interview with Fox News, stating, "We have a country to run. The failed policies of Joe Biden is why they lost the House, why they lost the Senate, and why they lost the presidency. They can lick their wounds all day, but they still have to behave on the House floor." Now, this resolution could be voted on next week. Green, of course, censured for standing up shortly into Trump's address, yelling, "You don't have a mandate," refusing to sit down, continued to yell from the floor, eventually removed by the House Sergeant-at-Arms. But, I mean, petty games. It's like a circus there in D.C. right now. Good morning, Russell. How the heck are you?
Hey, Steve, I'm doing a lot better. I'm out of the hospital now, so I got out yesterday.
Really? I mean, what were did you have COVID or a respiratory infection? What'd you ultimately have?
They diagnosed me with having the flu. I was in there for 2 weeks.
Wow.
Oxygen and breathing treatments and all that crap.
My.
But I was in the same hospital my wife was in. She's still in there. She's still a little bit better, but yesterday they discovered she's got a UTI, so they had to put another catheter in her. And
oh boy!
Of course, she's in a little bit of pain and stuff. So they're getting ready to put her in a a rehabilitation center, but that's going to be a while now before they start any of that until she gets healed up with everything.
Yeah.
But I was going to ask you, or had you heard about what China was saying about the terrorist war? That if they was ready for any war, didn't matter what kind of war it was, they was ready to fight till the end.
Yeah.
You hear about that?
Yeah, it's the typical saber rattling. That's not uncommon.
No, it's not. And also, we also sent some nuclear warheads to Britain here the other day. I caught a glimpse of that on the article on the internet, so I thought that was kind of interesting too. But this whole crap is, it's pretty bad. And this thing about, I saw it just now about what Rachel Maddow, whatever her name is, had done about that, said about that little boy, and his father, DJ Daniels, told her to shut her mouth and be quiet.
Yeah.
Basically. But I'm on, like I said, I'm getting better, and I got to contact my work tomorrow because I've been on sick leave, and I didn't go to a nursing home myself because I'd be in there longer than 2 weeks, and my sick leave is running out starting next week sometime, and I'd have to start my whole process of hiring and everything. I had a place, they had me a place picked to work the day I got sick, went to the hospital, so I got to get back with them, and hopefully I'll start working again.
It's been a tough haul for you, hadn't it, in recent months?
Man, I tell you, yeah, it's just one thing after another, but we'll get through it. I'm not gonna give up. I don't die and lay down or anything like that. Usually a fighter. You and your family doing all right, Steve?
Everybody doing just fine. Yeah, ready for springtime. That's all I know.
I hear you. Well, you have a good weekend, and I thought I'd just give you a call and check in and see how everybody was doing.
Thanks for the update there. Continued prayers for your wife. It's a lot of time away from home, hospitalized. It is 844-844-3388. All right, we left off there, top of the hour, the tariffs. What's the deal? After meeting with the big three automakers earlier this week, they were given a 30-day reprieve. White House official told reporters that about 62% of Canadian imports will still face the new tariffs, although much of these are energy products that are hit by a lower rate of 10%. About half of Mexican imports come in through the USMCA. So this latest move, these moves make conditions much more favorable for the American car manufacturers, according to Trump yesterday. Obviously, shortly after Trump's decision, the Canadian finance minister posted on X that his country will proceed with the second wave of tariffs on $125 billion of U.S. products on April 2nd, while we continue to work for the removal of all tariffs. Trump also said that more tariffs would come April 2nd, added that they will be reciprocal in nature. Of course, he had vowed reciprocal levies to remedy practices that Washington deems unfair. So at that point, Canadian and Mexican goods could still face levies. Now, he said that the president said he would not modify broad tariffs for steel and aluminum imports. Those are due to take effect next week. Stock markets slumped again yesterday, despite those partial tariff delays. But Trump told reporters in the Oval Office yesterday that he had a very good conversation with the Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum. Tremendous progress on both illegal immigration and drugs coming into the U.S., both reasons that Washington cited in imposing levies on Mexico, Canada, China. Now, those comments in sharp contrast to the simmering tensions with the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. Trudeau said yesterday Ottawa will remain in a trade war with Washington for the foreseeable future, even if there are breaks for certain sectors. Our goal remains to get these tariffs, all tariffs, removed. Canada contributes less than 1% of fentanyl to the illicit U.S. supply, according to the Canadian and U.S. government data. So it's a very minuscule amount, right? China, meanwhile, has pushed back on allegations of their role in the fentanyl supply chain, calling it a domestic issue that tariffs are not going to resolve. Now, as far as the general economics, well, according to the Cato Institute, Trump's easing of the tariffs, he feels, is kind of a recognition of economic reality. This was an acknowledgement that tariffs are going to impact supply chains, that the burden of levies fall to Americans. And the market doesn't like them and certainly doesn't like the uncertainty that surrounds them. Now, we all know Trump's made tariffs one of the center of his priorities since taking office. He told the Economic Club of New York, access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream. This was instead rooted in the idea that citizens can achieve upward mobility and economic security. Trump has referred to tariffs as a source of government revenue and a way to remedy the trade imbalances. And the latest trade imbalance numbers, those are still growing, as a matter of fact. January, it was think it was 160-some billion imbalance with U.S. trade between Canada and Mexico. Like I said, very fluid situation. On the auto sector, Stellantis, the automaker Stellantis, yesterday said that they share President Trump's goal of building more cars in the United States, thanking him for the 1-month exemption from the tariffs. And I quote, "We share the president's objective to build more American cars and create lasting American jobs. We look forward to working with him and his team." Now, the company, which at the start of Trump's presidency had announced investments at their U.S. operations, said in a note it strongly supported his determination to enable the American auto sector to thrive. Earlier this week, the United Auto Workers also praised Trump's tariffs with the aim of attracting manufacturing back to the U.S., creating more American jobs. Yeah, so-called free trade of the last 40 years has destroyed good blue-collar jobs in America as U.S. corporations steadily moved production overseas, according to the union. The United Auto Workers is in active negotiations with the administration about their plans to end the free trade disaster, they say. "We want to see serious action that will incentivize companies to reinvest in America and stop cheating the American worker, the American consumer, and the American taxpayer." Different takes from different folks. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, coming up, we'll give you details on, Starship, the giant rocket. They did successfully launch the 8th test flight. Now, let's just say it went a whole lot like test flight number 7. Pretty much identical. if you know what happened on 7. So like I said, more on that coming up here. Hey, Brain Dad, what's happening?
Oh, just sitting here around the house tonight. I was able to get a good 34-hour reset because, when you do a couple good, long, hard runs, how quick those those hours get eaten up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So a night off with the hounds?
Yeah, and the missus too. You know, Dingbat. I think that sound you hear is not the dogs but her. So I may pay you the price for that one later on. But you ready to dig into some NASCAR stuff, Steve?
I guess what we got. Somebody said we got Phoenix this weekend. Is that correct?
Phoenix this weekend and the Gator Nationals kickoff. Oh, buddy, I tell you what, if you're a gearhead, this is your weekend. Because real quick, one thing with the NHRA, real quick. Tony Schumacher's coming back with the Top Fuel car. He's going to be racing with Rick Ware Racing, and his teammate will be Clay Millican. So that's going to be a good little team to watch there for a minute. But now let's dig into the NASCAR stuff. Let's see, I'll get to that in a minute. William Byron and Kyle Larson is going to be doing the trifecta races. Now, Kyle's going to be doing this at Homestead and Bristol, and William Byron will be doing this at Martinsville. Now, the trifecta, is the Truck, Cup, and Busch in that one series. In that one
racing 3 days in a row.
Yeah. Now you like Zach Brown Band, right?
I don't really. I've heard of them. I don't know that I know any of their tunes, but what about them?
Well, see, you can go up there to the Chicago Street Race because they're going to be performing in a little, little concert before the race. I guess it's going to be free because that's right up your word, right? Free.
Yeah.
Little bit of sponsor change. EERO is sponsoring Josh Berry. They are a leader in home Wi-Fi solutions. Choice Hotel is extending their sponsorship with Trackhouse. Cincinnati.com, Cincinnati Inc., I don't have no clue who they are, is extending its sponsorship with William Byron. And here's one I like. Pit Boss Grills is sponsoring Sheldon Creed for Xfinity races. So that's a little bit of that. Let me get into this real quick. Talking about Phoenix here, the circle and the buzz around the NASCAR community is, can Christopher Bell make it 3 in a row?
3 in a row.
That is the thing.
How big would that be? I don't know. Do you have any stats historically? Has anyone done 3 in a row?
There has been a few over the years. I'm trying to get my whole Google machine to pick up on it because my internet's outside. They want to say, I'm going back to bed. This is a 1 mile track. Christopher Bell won the spring race this year. This past year, he did win the spring race. It is not out of the realm because this is his kind of a track. It's a 1 mile oval, about 10 degrees of banking. But I don't think he'll get it. I really don't. Chase Elliott is going to be my pick. Kyle Larson, Tyler Reddick, and my dark horse is going to be, I'm going to go on a limb here and say Bubba Wallace because Bubba it does pretty decent at this track. But now to the big story. Now, remember last night I told you the whole NASCAR charter lawsuit. Well, things are getting heated up again. NASCAR countersued the teams and Curtis Polk. And, of course, NASCAR said that they're being sued for anti-competitive conduct, and what they said the filings violated the Antitrust Act and the Sherman Act. Now, I don't know if that's Sherman from Mr. Peabody or not, but still. But it's ironic is what the teams sued NASCAR for. Now, NASCAR said they put the pressure on these three people put the pressure to boycott for the teams to boycott the 2024 Daytona 500 qualifying and not to attend the required charter meetings. Now, of course, they're going to come back and say, no, we had nothing to do with that. No, that's on the teams. We just made our point to them and said our thoughts and feelings, and we didn't control the issue. Now, this is the stupid part. NASCAR said that they're considering scrapping the charter system that they didn't want to put in to begin with. So if it's flawed, why did you put it in to begin with?
Yeah.
If you want to give the teams equity and something to build on, why not come up with something better? And they said that they came up with this charter system is for something for the owners to build wealth in. Well, how can you build wealth in a system when you control the whole pie? When you got to go to them for this and go to them for that, and yes, you're getting a little cut of the pie off of the TV money, because that's what the owners wanted, was TV money, and yeah, but not. There's a better way of doing things, and they could have went to the stick and ball sports, because there has been a big divide over many years between stick and ball and NASCAR. And you cannot just sit back and go, okay, what are these people doing right that we're doing wrong, and we need to fix it, and try all kind of different solutions versus going and looking and saying, hey, NFL, what are you doing here, and what are you doing about this, and the NBA, and just go around and get ideas. It doesn't hurt to talk to people to get ideas from. It's how Walmart got started. But NASCAR has also said that they have intentionally destroyed the relationship between the teams in NASCAR, and say that the claims of the monopolization is baseless and wants it.
Okay. Well, let's pause there. We'll come back with more. Hour number 3 ahead.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says there's going to be an almost 1-month tariff delay on most products from Canada and Mexico. He signed an executive order today that delays tariffs on all goods under the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement.
This is very much about companies and countries that have ripped off this country, our beloved USA, and they're not going to be ripping us off anymore.
The tariffs are delayed until April 2nd. This comes after the president put an exemption on auto tariffs from the two countries yesterday. The Small Business Administration is leaving Seattle.
SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler announced they're leaving several cities that have immigration sanctuary policies. Those cities include Atlanta, Boston, Chicago, Denver, and New York City. The SBA will also start a policy of requiring loan applicants to verify their citizenship. Lenders will also be required to confirm that applicant businesses are not owned in whole or in part by someone who is not a legal citizen. I'm Brad Ford.
A congressional committee threatened further action against Denver Mayor Mike Johnson following a hearing in Washington.
Johnson joined 3 other mayors to testify before the House Oversight and Government Affairs Committee Wednesday.
The question Denver faced was, what will you do with a mom and 2 kids dropped on the streets of our city with no warm clothes, no food, and no place to stay? As mayor, I have to protect the health and safety of everyone in our city.
Republican members of the committee asked Johnson tough questions about the city's immigration enforcement stance, which the mayor tried to defend as welcoming to newcomers. When asked if Denver considers itself a sanctuary city, Johnson said but by definition, no. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Social Security Administration is banning employees from reading general news at work. A statement was released today stating that they've restricted employees from websites including general news, sports, and online shopping. The change comes as the SSA warns employees about upcoming mass layoffs while it implements agency-wide organizational restructuring. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Vatican officials say the condition for Pope Francis remains stable. The 88-year-old pontiff has been in a Rome hospital for weeks being treated for double pneumonia. Blood pressure and blood tests remain stable, and he doesn't have a fever. The Vatican says there will be no update tomorrow. The U.S. Department of Justice is launching an investigation into allegations of anti-Semitism at University of California campuses.
Free Palestine! The civil rights investigation announced on Wednesday is going to look into what federal officials are calling a potential pattern of anti-Semitic discrimination against Jewish employees. This comes after pro-Palestinian protest encampments were set up at 10 UC campuses last year. The situation at UCLA turned violent when counter-protesters attacked the encampment. Protesters were also accused of using anti-Semitic signage and chants and of preventing Jewish students and employees from getting on campus walkways. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A man will face the death penalty by firing squad for the first time in the U.S. in 15 years. South Carolinian Brad Sigmund was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend's parents in 2001. Sigmund chose the firing squad method over his other two options of either the electric chair or lethal injection. His execution is scheduled for Friday. Stocks took a tumble today.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 427 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 104 points. The Nasdaq fell by 483 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed. Hey, a Friday. Rolling into the weekend, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Good to have you with us. Hope you've had a good week. I guess, 1 week from tonight, technically, the first total lunar eclipse since 2022. It will turn the moon cause the moon to turn red. Next Thursday night into Friday morning, one of the top astronomy events of the year, as the sun, earth, and moon all align. This will be the first of two this year, although it'll be the only lunar eclipse visible across the U.S. and Canada. Of course, many will have to lose some sleep to witness the spectacle, as the total eclipse will unfold between 2:26 a.m. Eastern and 3:31 a.m. Eastern. Now, even if it's partly to mostly cloudy, just a few breaks in the clouds will be needed over the course of the 65 minutes to at least catch a glimpse of the eclipsed moon. They sometimes call them a red moon, as the moon often turns kind of a reddish color during the height of the eclipse. And that can be traced back to Earth as light passing through the planet's atmosphere gets distorted, shifting kind of an orange or red before being cast on the moon. Then, of course, just a few days later, winter changes to spring across the northern hemisphere at 5:01 a.m. Eastern Time, Thursday, March 20th. The precise moment of the equinox. So, right as we're wrapping things up next Thursday morning. Okay. That's when the sun's most direct rays are over the equator. That's the day we will have about 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of darkness around the entire planet. Springtime. All right, back to, Brain Dead. Yes, indeed, we were talking some NASCAR action there. Welcome back.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, I did a little research because the internet finally decided to wake up for a minute, but there have been 28 drivers that have done this since 1971.
Really? Okay.
And here's the thing, though. The 3 in a row is not what to pay attention to. It's the 4 in a row. There have been, I think, about five or six drivers that have won 4 races in a row.
Wow.
Earnhardt, Gordon, yeah. So that's going to be the one to really look out for. Is if he can win this weekend, can he make it 4 in a row next weekend at Vegas? Because Vegas and Phoenix are similar tracks, very similar. So. But anyway, back to this whole charter lawsuit that's going on. NASCAR says that the claims of monopolization is baseless and wants to work with the teams to grow the sport, and believes that 2311 and Front Row does not want to grow the sport. But they do want to make it competitive. Well, how do you make it competitive when everybody's going to one supplier to buy all the parts? Uh-huh. It's like we've said, umpteen times, you can't be competitive when you're doing that. And there has to be some sort of competition, because we go way back when, it wasn't uncommon to hear, hey, this crew chief was caught bending this rule or breaking this rule. But now it's you don't hear it as much because you're not pushing the envelope. Now, of course, Jeffrey Kessler, the one who's representing 2311 Front Row, had to respond. He said the countersuit is pointless and meritless and is trying to shift away from the monopolistic actions. NASCAR agreed to joint negotiations that they now attack. These negotiations failed, so they went to the individual teams. The lawsuit has always been about transforming NASCAR into a more competitive sport that is fair for everyone, including the fans. Every sport goes through a transition to competition when antitrust claims are asserted. And I think what it is NASCAR is finally seeing that they're going to lose. That's why they want to get rid of the charter systems, get everything done, because they know that no matter what they do, they're going to lose, and they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose all the money that's coming, all the money that's involved.
Kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but by the way, Steve, before I forget, did you happen to get the overnight drive swimsuit calendar?
I can't say that I did. No, it's, please tell me Gilligan's not in there.
Oh, no. See, here's the thing. This is how cheap that GMA BS Enterprises is. They send it to me postage due. Now, how in the world do you send somebody something that's postage due? So, I went ahead and paid, the couple bucks for it. It's pretty interesting, This is something to help to promote the show and whatnot. I put it up around the house here, maybe even take it to the work and put it up there. No, not going to do that. It had different women on there, such as Becky, Eskimo Mom and Dingbat and a few other ones. But the one that really scared me, it really really freaked me out was seeing Gilligan dressed up as Trailer Park Swift in a thong bikini. That's a leopard print thong bikini.
That's what I thought. So he is indeed in there.
I know.
Thank you, Brain Dead. Have a good weekend. You and Dingbat enjoy some time there. Industry headlines. Yeah, the big interstate shutdown, numerous shutdowns earlier this week. A truck stop manager says stranded truckers are actually a much easier crowd to manage during bad weather than buses of tourists, even on a good day. Fat Dog's truck stop on I-80 outside Grand Isle, Nebraska, becoming kind of the port in the storm for as many as 300 truck drivers this past week after that snowstorm made the roads impassable. Despite the frigid conditions and the packed truck stop, manager R.J. McDowell said they were ready to accommodate the stranded truckers and their parked rigs during the closure. He said it was pretty gnarly last night. Starting around 5 in the evening, we started getting people when they were closing down. But we were ready. We had everything stocked. We got lots of showers, made sure they had a place to stay warm. We're just a good place for them to come park right off the interstate. Now, even with the adverse conditions, McDowell said that truckers are a much easier crowd to manage than when you have a bus full of tourists come through. He actually said this is relatively mild compared to those times, but we were more prepared for this moment because we knew it was coming. When I came in this morning, there were about 100 trucks in the lot and on the road, so we handled the parking lot pretty well. Now that the roads have reopened, he says drivers are welcome back anytime, rain, snow, or shine. But that busload of tourists all at once, right? I guess that's kind of overwhelming. It's about 14 past the hour. And we got a Friday. See what Eagle has on his mind this morning. Hello, Eagle.
Okay, yeah. Okay, how you doing? Let's see. Yeah, I ain't gonna talk. Ain't too much going on in politics right now. Same deal. So I'm gonna talk about something that I've seen. I talked to you about this before, Steve. It's related truck driving. And then I'm gonna talk about one other thing. I'm starting to see these videos again. These videos on YouTube again when I'm looking for some. I don't know when these guys are gonna realize, Steve, that it's a dead end deal, and these companies really taking advantage of the new drivers out of truck driving school, and one of your callers that calls in, he got screwed, and that's what these lease purchase deals. Okay, Prime, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Prime Transportation out of Springfield, Missouri. I don't know when these guys are going to learn that this company is nothing but a scam. You can drive by their parking lot, Steve. I was in Springfield about about a month ago, I drove by there on Interstate 44, and you should see all the damn trucks in their parking lot. It's ridiculous. Of all the trucks that they got parked in that lot empty with no drivers. That's a sign that the company is no good, Steve. When you drive by a trucking company, if you want to know if a company's good, you ain't even got to go in the front door and talk to nobody. If you want to know if it's a good company, you drive by a truck company and you see the parking lot full of trucks with no drivers. That's a sign that the company is garbage. Nobody wants to drive for them because they don't make no money or they don't get home or there's something going on with their company. And you can go, like I say, you go by Springfield, the parking lot is so full that you can't even get trucks in the parking lot. I don't know what the hell they do with all them trucks. It's ridiculous. And that tells you all you need to know about them. Okay, so you go on YouTube, and all you see on YouTube in the trucking section is guys complaining about they got screwed by Prime, that they're not making no money, Prime this, Prime that, the truck breakdown, maintenance problems, the money, they go home with a $100 paycheck after paying for everything. Mm-hmm. And all these are new student drivers. They've been on the low road for less than a year, and these companies got the nerve to sign this guy up to a lease purchase deal, paying $500 to $600 a week truck payment. The guy doesn't know it. He doesn't even know how to back up a truck yet. Still learning, and he got the nerve to sign his name on the dotted line for a lease purchase. Then they wonder why they fail. They wonder why they fail, Steve. They don't have no experience in the trucking industry, and then they want to get into the deal of being a lease purchase driver, and then they want to complain about they don't go home. When you sign a lease deal, you're not going home. Steve, your life is that truck. If you don't, I talked to a guy. If you don't work, that truck payment continues on. If you decide to go home 4 or 5 days, guess what? That Friday they still want their $500 or $600 truck payment, whether you driving that truck or not. So a lot of these idiots don't realize that they want to have it both ways. They want to make money and they want to go home. It doesn't work like that, not with Prime. But like I said, these guys continue to sign these deals with these guys, and they can continue to moan and groan about they not making no money. Prime this, Prime that, Prime going out of business. Well, they ought to go out of business because I've been hearing that rumor for a long time, that Prime is getting ready to bankruptcy, and they should. With all the people that they don't stole from and robbed, it'd be good business for them to go out of business because they've cheated enough people out of money over the years, and it's time for it to come to an end. And like I said, the biggest laugh that I get out of these guys, Steve, is when I drive by them in my truck and I'm doing 75, and I'm a company driver. And they making a truck payment. They only doing 65. It makes no sense. But you making a truck payment and you still driving a government truck. You're not an owner operator if you're driving a government truck. One of these days, these idiots will realize that, Steve. So I just laugh every time I pass a Prime truck. I just laugh at how stupid these guys are. Now let me get on to one other subject right quick, and that concerns the situation with what's this guy's name? He's a little bit in politics, but not all the way. What was this guy? The space people up in space right now.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Now it's been determined. Well, it hasn't all the way been determined that I heard on the radio as I was driving today that Joe Biden might have left these people in space because he didn't want, he refused to help. Maybe you could look it up with Elon Musk, because he didn't want Donald Trump and Musk to take credit for getting them back down out of space, and he turned him away. Now that Trump is in the White House, he's using Musk to get him. But they're saying that these guys possibly could have maybe had a chance to get back down sooner if Biden and his administration would have done a little bit more. That's what I heard today. I don't know if it's true. Maybe you can check up on that. But either way you look at it, Steve, it's a damn shame Because what they was only supposed to be up there, I think, less than a week or so, and now it's don't turn in a whole lot more time. So I hope these people, somebody can get these people back down home, get them back home, because they've been up there way too long. Hopefully Elon Musk or somebody can do the right thing, and maybe you can check up on it and get these people back home, because nobody deserves to be left out in the cold like that. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Well, we do know they're going to be coming home. I believe it's like the 19th or 20th, somewhere right there of March. So here just another week or so away. But I did see, I guess, they do these briefings from up at the International Space Station. And there was a question from, I believe it was one of the Washington Post reporters this past day, and it was Butch, Butch Wilmore. You got Butch and Sonny, the two that have been kind of stranded there. And what the question from the Washington Post reporter was that Elon Musk has been touting the fact that they could have returned to the Earth sooner, and former President Joe Biden refused to make the request of Elon. I guess Elon had touted that we can get him back, but he didn't want to make Elon look good. So the Washington Post was asking him, is there any truth to this? Butch pretty much came out and he said everything Elon is saying is 100% correct. Now, earlier in the week, another reporter was trying to say, was politics involved in your being stranded or stuck up there for so long? Neither Butch or Sonny in that particular interview wanted to interject. They said, politics is not involved in this. So two separate interviews, kind of like two different answers, but what he pretty much, Butch affirmed that, yes, we could have been home sooner. And that's all he really wanted, about 23 past the hour. Meanwhile, TQL, as we know it, Total Quality Logistics, the nation's second largest freight broker, is under fire in a new federal lawsuit filed several weeks ago in the District of Columbia Court. Pink Cheetah Express, LLC, a small Kissimmee, Florida-based motor carrier, alleges that TQL has flouted a 2023 Department of Transportation order mandating compliance with federal broker transparency rules. The suit, which seeks declaratory and injunctive relief, kind of reignites a long simmering debate over rate transparency in the industry, just as freight markets brace for new tariffs. The complaint centers on TQL's alleged refusal to provide Pink Cheetah with transactional records for 15 loads they've hauled over the past 3 years, despite a 2023 order from the FMCSA. That order, issued after an investigation sparked by Pink Cheetah's 2023 complaint, directing TQL to ditch contract language that waives the carrier's rights under the rules, guaranteeing carriers access to broker records and to comply with future transparency requests. Pink Cheetah claims TQL has done neither, accusing the Cincinnati-based brokerage of arrogantly acting above the law. The backstory kind of traces back to January of 2023, when Pink Cheetah hauled a load of ice cream from Fort Wayne, Indiana to Akron, Ohio for TQL on the spot market. The rate confirmation pegged Pink Cheetah's pay at $1,500, including a $300 layover fee. But when the owner, Dakota Springfields, requested records to see what TQL charged the shipper, TQL refused, citing the agreement they had with Pink Cheetah, where they had waived their transparency rights. Springfield cried foul, arguing that this violates federal law after the FMCSA stepped in and forced TQL to hand over the records They revealed TQL had pocketed 44% of the shipper's rate, well above the industry's often cited 14 to 16% broker margin. Now, that allegation fueled Pink Cheetah's push for more records in December of that year, only to be rebuffed again by TQL. They allege this defiance not only breaches the FMCSA order, but also harms their ability to pursue further litigation against TQL. Now, Pink Cheetah wants the court to compel TQL to release unredacted records for 14 additional loads, strip the waiver clause from all of their contracts, and obey the FMCSA order industry-wide. Now, for TQL, the stakes are pretty high. With over $9 billion in annual revenue and the reputation as a brokerage juggernaut, the company has yet to publicly respond to the suit. They have a deadline to respond March the 18th. As we brace for the response, the company's past stance that is rooted in contractual freedom may actually face some scrutiny. Brokers have long argued that that rule, 49 U.S.C. 14101, lets them negotiate waivers with carriers. But the FMCSA's recent ruling and extended period to comment may reject that notion entirely, affirming brokers are not shippers with such latitude. Let me be clear, this is among the most important lawsuits in freight brokerage. It could impact tens of thousands of brokers in the U.S. like TQL. Nearly every broker out there utilizes these transparency waivers. This has been an issue for decades, but it has really become a lightning rod here in recent years. See where that goes. It is 844-844-3388. A Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We have a lot of interest in TikTok.
President Trump says he knows there's a lot of interest in the social media platform TikTok. And when he was asked if he plans to extend the deadline if an American company doesn't buy the app, Trump indicated that he would. President Trump says he's going to decide if he's going to revoke the protected status for Ukrainian refugees soon. There were mixed reports today about whether Trump would strip the 240,000 Ukrainians of their temporary legal status in the country.
We're not looking to hurt anybody, and we're certainly not looking to hurt them.
Removing legal status from the Ukrainian refugees could make it easier for them to be deported as the administration steps up immigration efforts. AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.11. The most expensive gas can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.17 a gallon, while Jones County, Mississippi has it down to $2.47 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch. And nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
A brand new day comes our way. And good morning from the lovely Dingbat. With a finally Friday edition of Interesting Facts. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Tonight's going to be my Monday night. Oh boy, back to work. So Mr. Mr. Peabody's warming up the Wayback Machine. See what we can find. Today's notable birthdays. 1934, the weatherman Willard Scott was born. He was one of the great ones. 1938, the first woman to ever run the Indy 500 and the Daytona 500. Janet Guthrie was born. Finally, 1942, former CEO of Disney, Michael Eisner, born on this day. A lot of national this and that days today. My goodness. It is National Sock Monkey Day. It is National Day of Unplugging or Disconnecting from Modern Technology Day. Okay, first Friday of Lent, I guess. It's National Friday Fish Fry Day. That all starts today, right? Fish fries every Friday. All right, it's National Cereal Day. It's National Crown Roast of Pork Day. It's National Flapjack Day, or some refer to them as Kodiak cakes. I guess along with that fish, you got to have tartar sauce. It's National Tartar Sauce Day. and it's National Middle Name Pride Day. What's the middle name? It's National Employee Appreciation Day, which should be every day. And finally, I'd like if Brother Rambler, please call in, give us a prayer on National Day of Prayer. Okay, a lot of interesting things today. We got this date in history. Let's take a look back. And in 1520, Ferdinand Magellan discovers Guam on this day. 1817, on this 7th day of March, the New York Stock Exchange is founded. 1836, the Battle of the Alamo begins. Okay, let's see, 1899, Felix Hoffman, working at Bayer, patents aspirin. Boy, oh boy, aspirin. That's in the news right now, today, as a matter of fact, in our Health Updates story. 1916, on this date, Mexican General Francisco Pancho Villa invades New Mexico. 1936, the first NASCAR race was held at Daytona Beach. And that has become a thing of history, the great American race every year to kick off the season. 1942, construction on the Alaska Highway begins. In 1964, Cassius Clay joins the Nation of Islam, changing his name to Muhammad Ali. 1964, on this date, the first, the Ford Mustang is produced. Couple more here. 1973, the Eisenhower Tunnel near Denver opens. 2011, on this date, the Space Shuttle Discovery makes its last flight after 39 flights. And on this day, 2014, the Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 disappears. That's it for the Freaky Friday edition of Interesting Facts. A lot of interesting things. And the right-wing nut joins us this Friday.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Oh, I think they might be wrong about March 6th. That was the day Texas fell to the armies of Santa Anna. There's a book called The 13 Days of Glory, and the 6th was the last day that everybody was up and around kicking ass. And just too many Mexican army people coming in the station wagons. I mean, hell, just imagine how closer that war would have been if they had some, dadgummit. Hang on a second.
That probably needs needs an adult beverage.
Octane, yes, sir. So, yeah. So, anyways, well, I guess old Monkey Gouger and the other monkey not going to be able to go to a Starbucks, huh? That's a crying damn shame. Well, maybe they don't do Starbucks coffee anyways. Well, at least they can get it over there bottled in a convenience store. Me, I like to go to Mickey D's and get their chocolate mocha frappe. It's cheaper and it tastes better. I'll tell you what. Yeah, I tell you what. I'm more than famous out here thanks to you.
More than famous, really?
Known as I'm infamous. So I'm more than just regular. I'm infamous. So that's a pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. Hey, on a more serious note, surprisingly enough, I seen the sign here in California on I-10 eastbound, there around Chiriaco Summit, that said, eastbound 10, you can't get to New Mexico from Arizona. There in the eastern part of Arizona and the western part of New Mexico, they got the road shut down. Now, I don't know if it's snowing out there or if it's blowing and the tumbleweeds got the road blocked or what. But Dad, got me sorry about that. They start smoking them sweeter cigars. Maybe something's got a little bit of honey or a little bit of loving. Kind of like that little girl you got on there that's just when you're talking about you want to be
snuggling up real
sweet.
tight with your
You're
sweet little thing. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that means getting that woman up to you or getting that cigar deeper in your mouth. That's got a lot of honey on it, a lot of sweet stuff. So, anyways, yeah, I'm cruising out here in California and heading east going to... In fact, I'm just following the heat wave, and it's really starting to rain pretty good out here. So, like he said, his truck's going to get nature's washing, and so's mine. Got to get that grime and salt off of them trucks, you know. That salt's not good for the metal. No, no, it's a little corrosive. But anyways, other than that, I know Cincinnati played Texas Rangers in baseball out here in Phoenix. I guess sometime this week. You got any results of what happened out here, or does it not matter because it's preseason?
I have not paid.
Or whatever
I have not paid a bit of attention, but I can get you some numbers.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. All righty, I tell you what, I better let you go. I got some wet roads out here and a bunch of idiots I got to deal with. So, you have yourself a good night. We'll talk to you sometime next week then. How about that?
Sounds like a plan. All right, thank you to the now infamous right-wing nut. Yeah, what we have. This is Friday morning, so I'm kind of trying to scroll back here. I don't know. I guess the Reds played the Rockies on Tuesday. Yeah, the Rockies came out on top 9-5 there. Let's see. 4-2 was the final. Reds versus the Dodgers. Dodgers won that game, March the 4th. And what we have? Rangers over the Reds, Wednesday, March the 5th, 5-3. Sounds like they're on a roll there, but not a winning roll, a losing roll. 3 o'clock this afternoon, got the Reds versus the Giants, spring training. Don't pay a whole lot of attention to spring training, but how many days till opening day? Won't be long. About 16 before the hour. All right, we got, what do we got? Clear lines, 844-844-3388 on a TGIF Friday. Aspirin, yes, this was on this date in history. How about that? Aspirin was patented. Story I came across this past day. As a matter of fact, British research have found that the strategic use of aspirin may actually prevent the spread of certain cancers. This discovery backs up previous studies that showed that people taking daily low-dose aspirin are less likely to have breast, bowel, and prostate cancers spread to other areas of the body. Now, since 90% of deaths occur when cancer spreads or metastasizes, this breakthrough discovery could lead to treatments that save lives. Researchers from the University of Cambridge screened genes in mice and found that 15 of them had an effect on cancer metastasis. One particular gene makes a protein that suppresses the production of T cells, immune cells that target and kill metastatic cancer cells. Mice that lacked this gene had less spread of cancer. The scientists found that the particular gene switches on when it's exposed to the clotting factor, TXA2. Aspirin decreases the production of TXA2, a molecule that plays a crucial role in platelet aggregation and blood clotting. Lower levels of the TXA2 result in reduced platelet aggregation, which is pretty significant because platelets can shield circulating tumor cells from the immune system and facilitate their attachment to other tissues. That promotes cancer spread. Aspirin releases the suppression of T cells so they can do their job and track down errant cancer cells. Therefore, by curbing TXA2 production, aspirin diminishes the likelihood of cancer cells spreading through the bloodstream to other parts of the body. Okay. They said this is somewhat of a eureka moment. When we found TXA2 was the molecular signal that activates this suppression effect on T cells. According to researchers, before this, we had not been aware of the implication of our findings in understanding the anti-metastatic activity of aspirin, no less. It was entirely unexpected, which set us down quite a different path of inquiry than we anticipated. This groundbreaking study was published in the journal Nature. They say the significance of this discovery is that aspirin or other drugs that could target this pathway have the potential to be a much less expensive and more accessible cancer treatment globally. Now, as they always warn, taking daily aspirin can have side effects, some serious bleeding, stomach ulcers. So talk to your doctor before starting an aspirin regimen. But, of course, the low-dose aspirin. For those who have had heart issues, like myself, the stent, doing the low-dose aspirin thing for quite some time. And, of course, it may be forever, they say. 12 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Well, they gave it a shot once again, that being SpaceX in the massive Starship. All we can say is flight number 8 was a lot like flight number 7. Yeah, launching the 403-foot-tall vehicle from the Starbase site in South Texas, 6:30 Eastern this past evening. 7 minutes later, the huge first-stage booster, known as Super Heavy, returned to Starbase for that dramatic catch by the launch tower's chopstick arms. That's 3 successful times doing that, which is pretty jaw-dropping. Now, Starship, the upper stage, or some say it's just Ship. Ship kept flying, heading southeast toward the Atlantic Ocean. The plan was for Ship to deploy 4 payloads, which were dummy versions of Starlink satellites, on their trajectory about 17.5 minutes after liftoff, before coming in for a controlled splashdown in the Indian Ocean off of Western Australia roughly 50 minutes later. That did not happen. Several of the ship's 6 Raptor engines conked out toward the end of the ascent burn, and the vehicle began to tumble. SpaceX lost contact about 9 minutes into flight. Obviously detonated. Presumably detonated high in the sky shortly thereafter. Very reminiscent of Starship 7 flight. Obviously, a lot to go through, a lot to dig through. We're going to go right at it, according to SpaceX, during their live launch commentary. We have some more to learn about this vehicle. But it was spectators in the Bahamas this time around, spotting debris from the upper stage falling back to Earth in a fiery light show as the ship broke apart. Now, as far as Flight 7, SpaceX traced that anomaly to a harmonic response several times stronger in flight than had been seen during testing, which led to increased stress on hardware in the propulsion system, they say. That stress caused propellant leaks, which in turn triggered sustained fires. They took several steps to minimize the chances that problem would recur for yesterday's test. They conducted an extra-long 60-second static fire test, a sustained trial that informed hardware changes to the fuel feed lines, to vacuum engines, adjustments to the propellant temperatures, and a new operating thrust target. A lot of things that they had done, additional vents and new purge systems utilizing gaseous nitrogen are being added to the current generation of ships to make that area more robust to propellant leakage. But so we've got more to do, more to learn. I don't know how many starships can we blow up before we can successfully. I mean, they're trying just to make one revolution around the planet. And that's 2 in a row, lasting less than 10 minutes. So that's how things went. But, the photographs are circulating online, the debris. They actually had some airline stops in southern Florida, again, like Fort Lauderdale, Miami, for fear of flights coming in and out. maybe being impacted with falling debris. It is 844-844-3388. We'll get to Vic coming up here on a Friday. Let's get through the news break first. This past day, or was it Wednesday night on Hannity, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem revealed those within the Department of Homeland Security who were leaking the immigration and custom enforcement movements to illegal aliens who were facing deportation have been identified and they will be prosecuted, she says. Are we finding the people that are tipping off and putting ICE agents' lives in dangers? Tipping off people that are gonna raid? That was the question asked by Sean. She says, I have a couple of them identified that are within Department of Homeland Security. When I'm able to reveal that with the evidence, I'm going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law, and I'm going to make an example out of them. And just on the way here, I got another notification of another leak, she said. I can't do anything about it getting leaked, and that's why we have to have so many cops all over the country all the time. Yeah, that doesn't slow us down. That's one of the things when I was in New York City today. Yeah, so many of our law enforcement officers, I said, listen, we don't have time to kiss each other's asses. We don't have time to sit around. We got to do everything we can every single day because we might have another Laken Riley tomorrow. And wish we would have pushed harder. Wished we would have done more. So they're still leaking, but they know who several of them are. More to come.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House has voted to censure the Texas Democrat who disrupted President Trump's joint address to Congress. Some Democrats joined Green in singing in the chamber after Johnson announced the censure.
By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
During the speech on Tuesday night, Congressman Al Green stood in the aisle of the House chamber and waved his cane at the president. He continued his protest, despite being warned that he'd be removed if he didn't sit down. When Green continued his protest, House Speaker Mike Johnson told the House Sergeant-at-Arms to escort him from the chamber. President Trump says there's going to be almost a 1-month tariff delay on most products from Canada and Mexico. Trump signed an executive order today that delays tariffs on all goods under the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement.
This is very much about companies and countries that have ripped off this country, our beloved USA, and they're not going to be ripping us off anymore.
The tariffs are delayed to April 2nd. It comes after the president put an exemption on auto tariffs from the two nations yesterday. A federal ethics watchdog fired by President Trump is dropping a lawsuit challenging that dismissal. The head of the Office of Special Counsel, Hampton Dellinger, announced today he's dropping the lawsuit in response to a ruling issued yesterday by a federal appeals court that allows him to be removed from his post while the case plays out. Wall Street closed with stocks sharply lower.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 427 points. The S&P 500 dropped by 104 points. The Nasdaq fell by 483 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
A Baltimore judge says Aiden Syed does not have to return to prison. Syed was sentenced to life in prison for killing his former high school girlfriend in 1999. Today, a judge ruled Syed does not have to return to prison and will be under supervised release for the next 5 years. This falls under Maryland's Juvenile Restoration Act. Leaders of the California Legislative LGBTQ Caucus are responding to Governor Gavin Newsom's recent critical remarks about transgender people. On his podcast, This is Gavin Newsom, he was pressed by his guest, conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, on transgender athletes in women's sports.
That shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate
but would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. So that's easy to call out, the unfairness of that.
In a statement, the LGBTQ caucus says Newsom sometimes shows courage and sometimes does not, emphasizing the need for all students to benefit from sports. A New Mexico resident has tested positive for measles following death. The state health department said the official cause of death has not yet been determined, but the unvaccinated adult did not seek medical care prior to death. Measles is spreading rapidly in West Texas with 159 confirmed cases as of yesterday. HHS Secretary RFK Jr. recently appeared on Fox News and spoke about the need for the measles immunization shots.
We're making sure that anybody who wants a vaccine can get that vaccine.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, look at there. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday, a brand new day, closing out the work week. Rolling into the weekend. And room for you at 844-844-3388. And there's a podcaster by the name of Mark Halperin, who shared an email with his audience from a lifelong Democrat who has decided to leave the party after watching the leftist lawmakers' conduct during the speech there Tuesday night. Halperin said he received a lot of blowback after posting the email, so he decided to address it on the air, his Two-Way Tonight program. Regarding the email, he said, I recommend you read it. It does not represent every Democrat, but there's a reason Donald Trump did better, like in every county in America in 2024 than he did in 2020. Anyway, the viewer wrote Halperin in part saying, I watched the speech last night. And I watched Two-Way this morning. I'm a Democrat. My immediate family and siblings are Democrats. We did not vote for Trump. Last night for me was my breaking point. I watched with my husband as fellow Democrats, ironically wearing pink for women, sat there either stone-faced or seething with disgust, while the family of Laken Riley was honored, and a young boy with cancer became an honorary Secret Service agent. I'm switching parties. It's been coming for a while, but that was the moment for me. She then explained that she had a young victim of assault in her family, and noted, of course, everyone has been touched in some way or another by cancer. I've not been able to come to terms with what I witnessed from Democrats last night. It was surreal. It was like an episode of Scooby-Doo where they pull off the mask and show you who the villains are. I literally couldn't sleep. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm done. I am a woman, a mother. As a human, I'm just done. She was particularly disgusted by Nicole Wallace's comments on MSNBC in response to Trump honoring that 13-year-old cancer survivor, making him an honorary member of the Secret Service. Now, I saw the clip of that particular interview. She said, well, I hope I wish him success in law enforcement, but I hope he never has to defend Trump supporters in the Capitol and become one of those 6 that loses their life to suicide. Halperin's viewer wrote in her mail, when I heard Nicole Wallace and her heinous remark, I said to my husband, who are these people? They don't represent me anymore. Or who am I? I can finally admit to myself that despite my personal dislike of Trump, I begrudgingly admit I support some of what he's actually doing. I can't think of much I support that the Democrats have been doing for a long time, and frankly, I don't even know what they stand for now except for the right to choose, which is no longer enough, and men having the right to invade what were once my personal spaces. I'm flabbergasted at myself, but it feels like a relief to admit all of this. I cannot say I'm MAGA, but I know now, after last night, I'm no longer a Democrat. Now, Halperin said regarding the viewer's email There is a reason why Trump won the first time, the popular vote, because the Democrat Party on vivid display last night, in sharp relief last night, has done things on certain issues where they think, because they all agree with each other, that they have the right position, the majority position, and they don't. And they don't on a lot of these issues. This is why Donald Trump last night had a very good night in a lot of respects, and Democrats turned people off, including this one woman who was so turned off she's no longer a Democrat. The numbers actually back up Halperin's statement. There was a poll conducted by CBS YouGov, which is not going to be a right-leaning poll, that found 76% approved of Trump's speech. Additionally, 74% said that Trump was presidential. 68% said the speech made them feel hopeful. Further, 77% say they back his immigration and border policies, as well as his plans to cut government waste and spending. So it was a winning night for the president. And apparently, based on the email that Halperin shared, Trump's even winning more converts to his cause. Back to the phones. Pappy on a Friday, TGIF. Good morning.
Yes, sir. I'll tell you, Steve, that was pretty good. Pretty good letter that lady wrote there. Pretty much sums it up, man. Yeah, man, I think the final nail's in the coffin, Steve. It just ain't hammered all the way down yet. But have to keep our eyes open, see when that occurs.
Right.
Maybe the next election here in 2 years, midterms. I don't know. I mean, like she said, Steve, I mean, they're wearing pink for women. And you got that young girl in there that got her face smashed in.
Murdered.
In a volleyball game because some dude was playing. I mean, come on, man. I said it before, Steve. I'll say it again. These people have no souls, man. I mean, how do you sit down and not clap for that 13-year-old boy?
Well.
How do you not acknowledge a family that was murdered, had their daughter, sister murdered by another person, whether he's illegal or not? Just unbelievable, man. I finally seen that video. I don't know if it was Eagle who was calling in about that fight video that was going around. Jeez, Pete. They don't know how to fight. What happened to the Democrat Party, man? I'll tell you, Steve, they used to be some cunning politicians. And they lost their mojo, man. I don't know if it's because Nancy Pelosi. I mean, who's in charge? I don't think they got anybody that's in charge.
At this moment, there's not.
All I could say, give me that damn hammer, I'll pound that nail in there. I used to swing a hammer for a living. Even at my age, I can still pound a 16-sinker nail into some 2x4s. Old Justin Trudeau. Steve, remember what I told you? Well, a couple months ago, they were saying, he's bye-bye. I said, hold your horses.
Now, they're supposed to be replacing. I think.
I don't know what's going on.
I think that vote is this Sunday. I do believe that they're supposed to announce who's going to replace him.
Well, we'll see. I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm telling you. Steve, it was Carl Schwab, big head guy for the World Economic Forum. That German dude, right, when he was talking about infiltrating the governments and stuff. And old Justin Trudeau's on the stage with him. He says, we've got people in the cabinets like this man right here,
Mm-hmm.
They was putting him up on a pedestal. And Steve, I was thinking this the other day. I thought I heard this from somebody else. Could you imagine, just like I said, could you imagine if Hillary Clinton would have won in 2016? What this country would be like right now. Oh, boy. However, what would it be like if Trump won in 2020? I posted something the other day. I said it on your show last night, that God works in mysterious ways.
Yes.
That loss might have happened for a reason, We just sit back and think about it a little bit. Gave him a little separation. Gave the Democrats to show their true colors. Gave Trump time to regroup. Learn from his mistakes. I don't know, man. I think maybe it's a good thing. Wouldn't think it at the time. But we didn't know he was going to run again. So they started going after him. Steve, if they would have just left that man alone, he probably would have just rode off in sunset. But good. Oh. Hey, Bongino went in his new studio today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's been talking about it for a while. It looks like a pretty neat little studio. I guess his wife, Paula, handled the whole thing. So they're moving into the new studio. I think he's going to have another 5 shows left. I think he said his last show was the 14th, and I think he's getting sworn in as deputy director on the 17th. So he will be gone. Bye-bye. See ya. We won't be hearing any political commentary or opinions from Dan Bongino for the next, who knows how many years.
Long time.
They could get him in there for a couple of years, or he could be in there for the 4 years. And if JD gets elected, I don't know. Maybe once he thinks his job is completed, he might go back to the microphone. I don't know. Man, what the heck else is going on, buddy? Anything? Man, hey, time changed Saturday. I only got to work 11 hours Saturday, buddy.
What a difference.
Talk about people losing an hour of sleep. I'm actually going to gain an hour of sleep. It's the opposite for me. That's really about all I got, big guy. I don't know. Not too much more going on. I got to get sitting here rolling squares. Got to get ready for the weekend, Steve. Working. This is my Sunday night, I guess. Working the weekend. I think the weather. Did you see Tuesday's weather? If it holds true, sunny, high of 67 here in the greater Cincinnati area.
I'll take it.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Yes, sir. And I got about a year left, a year and 1 month. And who was that that said they get to retire? We're retiring this exact same time. Was that Gilligan? Were they retiring March 28th or April 28th, 29th?
Gilligan or Jolly Green? I can't remember.
Who it was.
Might have been Jolly Green. I don't.
Yeah, it might have been Jolly Green. Yeah, I think it was Jolly Green. Now that year and a month, babe. Too old for this anymore, Steve. You get too old for it, man. All right. Tell the princess, hey, how's Steven doing? He's about ready to put that gun belt back on.
Shouldn't be long.
I
think they keep bumping it. I mean, I don't know if it's this month, next month. I keep losing track, but I know he's ready to get back out there.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm sure he is. When he does, I'm going to have to 19 with him.
There you go.
Hook up with him. All I gotta do is shoot down 50. He can shoot down the hill from where he works, and we can meet and have a little chat, man. So look forward to that. All right, buddy. Great show. Everybody hammer down. Be safe this weekend. Thanks a bunch, Steve.
All right, back to work you go for the weekend. All right, north of the border. Here, the Liberal Party of Canada announced that the nationwide race to choose the next leader of the party will conclude on March 9. After a robust and secure nationwide process, the Liberal Party of Canada will choose a new leader March 9 and be ready to fight and win the 25 election. Let me see. The National Board of Directors formally met discussing and outlined the initial rules of the upcoming leadership race. Leadership vote concludes March 9, at which point the new leader will be announced on the same day. Per the party's constitution, cutoff date to become a registered Liberal and be eligible to vote in the leadership race will be January 27 of 2025. The party must publicly post the registration procedures for the leadership vote 27 days before the date of the vote. Blah, blah, blah. Down the line they go. Let's see. The Liberal Party of Canada looks forward to running a secure, fair national race that will elect the next leader of the party. So, and I'm not real familiar with. I guess is that who's ultimately, replacing Justin Trudeau or not? I'm not. Canadian politics. See, Justin Trudeau, the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada. So I think that is who's going to replace him. 844-844-3388. See what Vic has going on a Friday morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Before I get started, somebody mentioned something about Reagan last night there. I wasn't a fan of Reagan's either. No, many of the things that we're having to deal with today can actually be traced back to the Reagan administration. But I don't know if you got my email or not, but when I was talking about that one firm in Alabama that made the seats, it was actually the seat mounts for a Freightliner. And then I happened to think, Bostrom Seating, they're also down there in Alabama.
Yes.
And no, it wasn't them. It was the company that was making the seat mounts. They outsourced it to China. And why, I don't know. But, well, I guess it was a cost factor. So I just wanted to make that point clear.
Right.
It's when you have the seat in there, it sets on a seat mount, and that's what I was talking about. And of course, I used to also pick up there at Bostrom Seating the cheaper seats, and I know when I was talking to them at the Bostrom at the truck show, that I mentioned that if they found a good pair of red channel locks, that's mine, because I had to work on my trailer one time and had another fellow driver there, and he's one of those guys that you couldn't kick out of the way regardless. And I went off and left a good set of screwdrivers and a channel lock there, and then he wanted to tag with me over to Atlanta. And I'm not too much of a person that likes to run in a group. And I went through Atlanta, and pretty quick, at that time, there weren't that many suburbs. And the route that I took through there, it was kind of amazing. He said, man, we got through there pretty quick. And but the last time I used that route, they started building so many subdivisions out there and putting up stoplights, and you know how all that goes. That pretty much was happening all over the place right there at the last. But what I was talking about was with Trump right now was that I felt like he really wasn't explaining himself. I don't know who his director of communications is, and wasn't looking at the history of some of these things. And what Trump was trying to do was cut down on the drug trade and using the tariffs to force people into cooperation. And I'm not so sure that these people aren't cooperating, but the drug war thing that actually started back in Reagan's time, yeah, that is so ingrained in the whole world right now that the people that are part of the drug trade, it's rather amazing, whether it's laundering money or whether it's the Amish in Pennsylvania that finally had to break down and ask the Pennsylvania State Police help because so many of their people, when they did their rummer spraying, were getting hooked on cocaine. And there was a motorcycle club up there that was furnishing them all the cocaine they could use. And it just goes on. And I know one time Heat Wave had mentioned that when he was in Panama that he had been warned about a reservist from the Little Rock Air Force Base that was actually dealing the drugs. You look at Panama, Noriega, he was into that big time, but because Noriega was supposedly making sure that the Panama Canal stayed in American hands, we were turning blind eyes to it. American chemical manufacturers actually made the chemical to help all those clandestine labs to leach the cocaine powder out of the cocaine leaves. And I could go on and on and on. So that's the point that I'm making with Trump. Just back up and look at everything. And I don't know if you happen to see the clip there with Ryan Sink. He's the congressman from Montana and former Navy SEAL, former Interior Secretary. And he was pointing out that when Elon Musk was looking at all this, and he had outed it, he just said, there's a process there. And he pretty well said, you look and see, okay, we're bleeding money like crazy. So you look and see where that money is going, like whenever you come up with 150-year-old people getting a Social Security check, you have something wrong. Then you start looking to see, where is this happening and why is it happening? And they have changed Social Security. At one time, it went through district offices.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
and like I said at the time when they were he mentioned those numbers again during his address the other night. Are those 150 and 200-year-old people that are on the register, were they actually getting checks? Hold the thought.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he wants to keep good people in government. While speaking from the White House today, Trump defended the cuts being carried out by the Department of Government Efficiency.
Elon and the group are going to be watching them, and if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
Trump added that he trusts Musk to make the right cuts. Vice President J.D. Vance paid a visit to the U.S.-Mexico border yesterday, getting a first-hand look at the effect of the Trump administration's tough-on-crime approach to immigration.
Vice President Vance praised Trump's actions to combat illegal migration and drug trafficking, saying the country didn't need new laws to secure the border, but a new president. Border crossings have plummeted since Trump took office after the president halted almost all legal pathways to asylum and sent thousands of troops to the border. Vance said migrants in the country illegally should leave. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As I was tuning in to the address to Congress on Tuesday night, when Trump was citing the numbers, these are people who are on the rolls anyway for Social Security. 3.5 million people ages 140 to 149. I mean, some were laughing. The Democrats saying that's a lie, that's a lie. The databases do indeed list people, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're actually still getting paid, so they say. Part of the confusion, they say, is the software system that's based on the COBOL programming language, which does not use a specific format for dates. That means some entries with missing or incomplete birth dates default to a reference point of more than 150 years ago. Now, there were a number of reports from the Social Security's Inspector General, March of 23, July of 24, that said that they have not established a new system to properly annotate death information in their database. So that includes roughly 18.9 million Social Security numbers of people born in 1920 or earlier. But they're not marked as deceased. That doesn't guarantee that, doesn't mean that they're still receiving benefits. According to The Hill yesterday, they said Social Security, the administration, decided not to update their database because of the cost to do so, which would run upwards of $9 million. Now, they said as of September of 2015, they automatically stop payments to people who are older than 115. Okay. Now, you tell me. It's obviously, in many cases, they don't say how many people that fall in that category, but apparently there's quite a few. There's people, undoubtedly, that died many, many years, possibly decades before that 15-year-old threshold was crossed. They said they cross-check data with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to see if recipients younger than 115 and those with incomplete death reports have not used Part A or B of Medicare and Medicaid for 3 or more years. Now, they said they prioritize those who are ages 90 or older that are currently in pay status to verify if they're eligible for those benefits. They said they reach out to those individuals to verify if they're still alive, and if they're not, they stop payments and report any suspicion of fraud to the Social Security's Office of Inspector General. I don't know. There's more to be done, and obviously, the cost of $9 million to upgrade the system. You could be divvying out that $9 million could be recouped and then some in very short order, just to get the people that are not supposed to be on the rolls removed. But all right, welcome back, Vic.
Yeah, you just touched on 3 important points there. Whenever you want to go into a cost-cutting measure, I can't believe that they're still using COBOL language. That was computer language. That was one of the very first ones. You had COBOL and Fortran, and Fortran was a scientific language, and COBOL was a business language. And it looks like that should be the starting point that you would do. You would upgrade the system and make sure that you would have a more viable system and correct any errors in your programming. It's just, and that's what I was talking about, just to jump in there and say, cut Social Security or do something of that nature or cut costs. You have to put a little thought into cost-cutting measures. And it just seemed to me like that Trump was kind of jumping in there and saying, we're going to cut here and cut there, and really wasn't backing up. And then with the tariff thing, I'm all for the reciprocity thing, but to try to get countries to change their method of operation or law enforcement, and try to stop the importation of drugs into this country. We have to kind of stop and think as a country, we're not doing the best of job of stopping the drug trafficking here in this country. So, we should be making a full-on effort to really look and see about the drug distribution here in this country. And I know that, like these kids in schools, they wiggle around the seat too much or whatever, and the next thing you know, the teacher says, they should be put on Ritalin, and that's an amphetamine. And so then there we go. There's a lot of people that get drugs. You have pill doctors that they wind up making prescriptions, and these druggies can find them out pretty quick, like as to who to go to, and sometimes they have multiple prescriptions. So and I believe it was. Well, I won't blame Reagan for this, but at one time, whenever you had some of these drugs that were dispensed, the prescription was filled out in triplicate, and one of the copies had to go to the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency, and I think somehow the pharmaceutical industries or somebody got that done away with, and the whole thing with the Purdue pharmaceutical thing, that they had to pay back all that money for trying to encourage the prescription of opioids. Then later on, they said, well, you can only get so much of the opioids. And then after they did that, and people were basically hooked on the habit-forming drugs, then that's when they started going to the street for heroin and fentanyl and everything else. So we have more than enough work to do in this country to stop drug trafficking, to worry that much about what other countries are doing, other than if they form some sort of a coalition and try to figure out the source of it all. I know at one time, Burma or Myanmar, they used to make a lot of the fentanyl from stuff that was supplied from the sources that was supplied from China, the ingredients. And then China would somehow get them would get the drugs into this country, usually through Mexico or one of the Latin American countries.
Right.
So I don't know why we're picking a fight with Mexico and Canada, which could affect the whole supply chain, the legitimate supply chain. And so that was really my beef. And as for Reagan there, when he came to office, that's when I was just starting into the brokerage business, and he closed down the government printing office. So then you had to start paying for reports that were free. He allowed these so-called financial planners, and really all they were was just extra salesmen for different companies, and these companies would pay these financial planners money to recommend their product, and they basically scammed a lot of people and gave the whole financial industry a bad name. And he's the one that took the commodity trading away from just the physical products and put it over into the financial industry, and that then led to the green mail thing. There was a whole lot of other things. Then you couldn't deduct if you had a second house or a vacation house, you couldn't deduct that off your taxes. At one time he wanted to have a user taxer fee for the waterways, and on and on and on it goes. So no, I was no fan of Reagan. And if I said, if you give me a particular subject, I can probably show you where a lot of that traces back to that. And oddly enough, they're talking about USAID. Reagan was the one that got Public Law 480 changed, which authorized the Commodity Credit Corporation. And before that, then they had the farm crisis. I don't know how many people remember that David Stockman, Reagan's Officer of Management and Budget, said, you can't exist like this, you're cutting too many taxes. And Reagan's answer was, well, we want to bleed Congress white so that they can't fund all these programs. Well, what did Congress do? They just started borrowing money. And so now we're looking at these gigantic debts. I guess we'll get them paid down some way, somehow. And when they double,
I wouldn't hold my breath on that. How do you pay back 30, where are we at, 30, 36, knocking on 37 trillion, I think? How do you pay that back? I mean, we're struggling to pay the interest on the debt alone, which is mind-boggling numbers, just the interest. All right. Well, thank you for checking in this Friday morning, Vic. Today is indeed a Friday, and we will learn more today during the Bitcoin summit that's going to be taking place. President Trump signed an executive order yesterday to establish a strategic Bitcoin reserve. A day before meeting with executives from the cryptocurrency industry at the White House. All the crypto brainiacs are in D.C. right now. The reserve will be capitalized with Bitcoin owned by the federal government that was forfeited as part of criminal or civil asset forfeiture proceedings, according to the White House crypto czar, a guy by the name of David Sachs, who's a billionaire. Attendees at today's crypto summit expect the event to serve as a stage for Trump to formally announce his plans to build a strategic reserve containing Bitcoin and 4 other cryptocurrencies. It was earlier this week where he announced the names of 5 digital assets he expects to include in this reserve, spiking the market value of each. The 5 are Bitcoin, Ether, XRP, Solana, and Cardano. It's not clear how much a reserve would work, how such a reserve would work, or how it might benefit me or you. This support for the crypto industry, which actually spent millions backing him and other Republicans in the November elections, drawing concern from some conservatives and even crypto backers over giveaways to an already wealthy community and delegitimizing the digital currency industry. Proponents argue that a reserve would help taxpayers benefit from crypto's price growth. Trump's support for the industry has also sparked some conflict of interest concerns. Trump's family has launched crypto meme coins, and the president also holds a stake in the World Liberty Financial, which is a crypto platform. His aides have said Trump has handed over control of his business ventures, which are being reviewed by outside ethics lawyers. Cryptocurrency summit today in D.C.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
All righty, we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. Friday coming on. Now there's Knuckle Buster. What kind of bull loader you got?
I don't have a whole bunch of bull on it this morning, but I ain't had a bologna sandwich in a while. I don't know. We'll try to put some out there. that cobalt. I haven't heard that since Tennessee was in school. She got a degree in computer information systems. She used to be able to write all them programs there. I don't know why she married me, because she's a whole lot smarter than I am there anyway. So, well, I know when I hear baloney, they worried about spending $90 million. Did you say $9 million or $90 million?
It was $9 million, just 9 to upgrade the system, not 90. I could see 90 would be it, but $9 million. I mean, and for what they spend, that's chump change.
Yeah, they ain't worried about spending no money. They lying to you. So anyway, I don't trust the government as far as I can see it. See.
Yep.
So anyway, well, it's almost quitting time, buddy. I mean, it's going to be the greatest day of the week for you and me both, right?
Yes, sir. Friday's here. Greatest day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. There, I agree with that. Well, thank God it's Friday anyway. I get a shout out to Truck and Field and all them other Marines out there to simplify to you. Y'all buy some Stabile product, Hot Shot Secret product, T. Summers Overland Drive product too. I want to know something about Big Ed. Did he say that old white men were the only ones that were rude and socially unacceptable out here?
Well, no, not the only ones, but he said, I guess the biggest perpetrator.
Nah, I don't think so. He just got liberal BS, and he just got liberal BS and stick it up his backside sideways there, so I don't care. I'm not rude, crude, and socially unacceptable to anybody unless they start it with me. So, anyway, Summers have up a great day, a great blessed weekend there, and we're going to ease this thing on into the house. I meant to tell you, I picked a load of aluminum cans up the other day, but they were empty. You know what they had printed on the outside of it?
What's that?
Miller Lite.
Huh. Now, if they were full, you would have sent them to me, right?
Oh, yeah, I'd have come on up to Cincinnati. You and I would have had a great party this weekend, but they were empty, so I just carried them on up there where they needed to be, right?
Yeah, there you go.
All right, have a great weekend, bud.
You do the same there, Knucklebuster. We'll chat next week, maybe. Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio has introduced legislation to ban the display of foreign flags on U.S. Capitol grounds. Now, Bernie is a legal immigrant from Colombia who came here to the U.S. as a child, then built an impressive auto dealership chain before his election last year to the United States Senate. He says that flying foreign flags like Ukraine's in Congress is offensive to Americans. When I came to this country as a child, I swore allegiance to America and America alone, which is why it's so deeply offensive to me to see elected officials flying the flags of foreign nations in the halls of Congress. He said, we swore an oath to the American people. We would always put them first. Let's start acting like it and stop sending billions over to seas on endless wars when the average American struggles. So the new bill he introduced this week, called the Allegiance Act, would make it illegal for members of Congress to use official funds to purchase any nation's flags other than the American flag. It would prohibit the display on Capitol grounds of a nation's flag if it's not the U.S. flag. It's a 2-page bill, as Democrats and even some establishment Republicans try to rally support for Ukraine last week after the explosive Oval Office meeting between Trump and Zelensky. Yeah, we know what unfolded there, but while Zelensky has not apologized for the outburst in the Oval Office, Trump announced in the joint address to Congress Tuesday evening that Zelensky had indeed written to express regret for how it went, stating that he's ready for peace and ready to sign the deal, the minerals deal. That was a rapid turnaround, though, wasn't it? After the White House cut off all military aid to Ukraine and then stopped sharing intelligence, essentially forcing Zelensky's hand. And when it comes to the stopping military aid, I had a report that said we actually had planes in the air, some of it hauling military equipment. When the Pentagon ordered that stop, the pause, that is, to all aid to the Eastern European nation, with all assistance officially coming to a stop, one official reportedly said that there were planes that were actually en route delivering aid that had to turn around mid-flight. If the pause on aid continues, this is going to kneecap Zelensky's ability to continue defending itself against Russia. We, the United States, has by far contributed the most to this war effort of any single country. One federal interagency group estimates the amount of total aid at $183 billion as of December 31st. European Union institutions, $52.1 billion, and individual European countries, a combined $60.4. By the tally of Reuters, America has spent $65 billion on military aid specifically, primarily through the Presidential Drawdown Authority, taking down from our stockpiles, our supplies to send to Ukraine. The numbers kind of speak for themselves, don't they? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We have a lot of interest in TikTok.
President Trump says he knows there's a lot of interest in the social media platform TikTok. And when he was asked if he plans to extend the deadline if an American company doesn't buy the app, Trump indicated that he would. President Trump says he's going to decide if he's going to revoke the protected status for Ukrainian refugees soon. There were mixed reports today about whether Trump would strip the 240,000 Ukrainians of their temporary legal status in the country.
We're not looking to hurt anybody, and we're certainly not looking to hurt them.
Removing legal status from the Ukrainian refugees could make it easier for them to be deported as the administration steps up immigration efforts. Los Angeles County, along with the cities of Pasadena and Sierra Madre, are suing Southern California Edison.
LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, whose district includes Altadena, says it's the right move.
All roads are leading toward Southern California Edison being the cause of the fire.
The separate lawsuits filed Wednesday accused the utility company of causing the deadly Eaton fire in Altadena and Pasadena. Sierra Madre and Pasadena's lawsuits also claim the blaze started due to faulty SCE equipment. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A new report says rising egg prices are soaring because companies are price gouging.
According to data from the United States Department of Agriculture, egg prices nearly doubled in the last 6 weeks. A dozen costs on average about $8. The rise in prices has largely been blamed on the bird flu. However, the watchdog report from Food and Water Watch says that bird flu has slightly reduced egg production, but corporate greed has also played a major role. I'm Brian Shook.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline is $3.11. The most expensive gas can be found in Kauai, Hawaii at $5.17 a gallon, while Jones County, Mississippi has it down to $2.47 a gallon. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Pro-Palestinian protests continue at Manhattan's Barnard College following Wednesday's ruckus.
The protesters staging a sit-in Wednesday at Milstein Library on the Morningside Heights campus, claiming school officials sabotaged negotiations. This after a Barnard student was expelled this week over last year's takeover of Hamilton Hall at Columbia. Barnard also ousted 2 students last week who disrupted an Israeli history class, prompting dozens to occupy Milbank Hall. Students and staff are the only ones allowed on campus, and it's unclear if anyone involved in the latest protest came from outside the school. President Trump has said he would withhold funding to schools that allow what he calls illegal protests. I'm Kristen Marks.
The NTSB is releasing its report into the Philadelphia plane crash on January 31st, which killed 7 people.
The NTSB said it was able to clean and fix the cockpit voice recorder, also known as the black box. It was buried 8 feet underground by the crash's impact, but it said the black box didn't record the plane's final flight, and investigators said it's likely it hadn't been recording for several years. I'm Lisa Taylor.
2 active duty service members have been accused of stealing military equipment.
The U.S. Attorney for Oregon says Jian Chao and Li Tian, both U.S. Army soldiers stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord, stole top-secret computer hard drives and sold them to people in China. It included information on weapon systems and other equipment. Former soldier Ryu Juan also allegedly was involved. They were indicted by grand juries in Oregon and Washington, and all 3 were arrested. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Friday. I just got an email from one of our listening friends, the Moon Runner. Said, have you seen this yet? And I had not. I checked CDL Life pretty much on a nightly basis. I don't know how I missed this day or two ago. Out of Arkansas, we've had several nights of discussion this week about the lack of English proficiency contributing to increasing accidents, inability to read signs in this country in English, creating problems. This is in the state of Arkansas. A bill introduced in Arkansas would crack down on non-citizens working as commercial truck drivers, as well as the carriers that employ them. Back on February 25th, the Secure Roads and Safe Trucking Act of 2025 was introduced in the Arkansas State Legislature. Representative Wayne Long, Senator John Payton, and Representative John Eubanks. The bill seeks to implement the following provisions. Very interesting. Number one, requires a domestic, aka issued by the United States, District of Columbia, or Puerto Rico, commercial driver's license in order to operate a commercial vehicle in Arkansas. Truck drivers with a B1, B2, or B1-2 combination visa would be banned from operating a commercial vehicle in Arkansas. Penalties for violation include impoundment of the commercial vehicle and a fine of $5,000 for the commercial vehicle operator. Now, Canadian commercial driver's license reciprocity would no longer be recognized under the provision of the bill. Number two, requires commercial vehicle operators to demonstrate English language proficiency sufficient to, number one, read road signs and warning signs. Number two, understand traffic control devices. Number three, communicate effectively in an emergency with either emergency services, law enforcement, and or other drivers operating a commercial vehicle. Doing so without proficiency in the English language could result in a fine of $5,000. Number three, it establishes the offense of criminal use of a commercial vehicle if a non-citizen without a U.S.-issued CDL causes the bodily harm of another person while operating a commercial motor vehicle. That would be a Class D felony that comes with a minimum 6 months prison term. Number four, if a non-citizen without a U.S.-issued CDL is operating a commercial vehicle and causes a fatal crash, they can be convicted of a Class B felony with a minimum 10-year prison sentence. And lastly, also penalizes trucking companies that provide commercial vehicles to ineligible operators a fine of $10,000. The bill also establishes a public safety emergency that would allow it to go into effect immediately upon passing. So this is in the state of Arkansas once again, House Bill 1569. It's been referred to the House Committee on Public Transportation. That's pretty big. Yeah, thanks for the heads up there, Moon Runner. We'll have to follow that. All right, happy Casual Friday. That's the greatest day of the week. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hotshot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. Starting things off 17 at Fort Wayne. High of only 29 today. 42 in Fort Wayne, 50% chance of rain today. Looking forward to the 60s next week, though. Big shout out to Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend. And Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. All right, had to sneeze there. Let's see what's going on with the blind man. Happy Friday, blind man. That blind man, did you doze off? You may have. Yeah, let's see if Rubber Duck's hanging in there. Morning, Rubber Duck.
I'm just going around the pond here.
There you go.
How are you? So funny that you lead with that story from Arkansas. And by the way, who's the governor of the great state of Arkansas now?
Oh, that's Sarah Sanders. Yes.
The lovely Sarah Huckabee. Yes, sir. So I'm here in Flint tonight. I gotta get two cars, and one's in one lot, and I park there, and then I gotta walk down the street, and I come back, and there's this old FLD Freightliner. Nice paint job, good looking stripes on it. Old trailer. Man, I look at the head rack, and I'm like, man, that head rack's like from 1965, and the head rack is the thing that the cars go on. So it's probably been on a bunch of trucks. Well, look at the DOT number, and the DOT number's at 432 million. It's on a temporary tag from Mexico. Has no tag on the trailer. Has no trailer lights. Has a 2019 IFTA sticker. And no, did I say no tail lights? And did I say the truck is from Mexico and it's in Flint, Michigan? Okay. Long way. I saw 6 cops between Lansing and Flint that gave me a hard look. So I just can't fathom this. They didn't speak English. They didn't know how to, they didn't have their paperwork printed up. They were turned away.
Yeah.
Had to go find someplace that could understand their language and help them print their paperwork. But how do so many local law enforcement officers turn a blind eye on obvious safety violations because they don't want to open that can of worms of the non-English speaking driver, the not being able to communicate? Case in point, I impounded a tour bus on 895 in Baltimore full of people that didn't speak English from the eastern side of Asia, and the driver just walked away. But the driver mixed in with the people. He was the same race, the same ethnicity of them, but he didn't speak English. But all of a sudden, after the bus got involved in this accident, there's no bus driver. Nobody can. It starts with the local officer doing his job, doing what he was hired to do. Because last I remember, vehicle code enforcement was part of the laws, and that's where every officer that I know, it starts with a traffic violation. Case in point, where I live in Indiana, it's 8 miles to the closest legal recreational marijuana stores in Michigan. However, if you cross the line and come 7 miles down the road, actually, 1 mile down the road, you're where it's not legal. They can go up there and buy hundreds of dollars worth of marijuana, but they can't buy a headlight for their car.
Right.
So if they're coming home and they get pulled over for the headlight being out. And the other thing is the FLOT cameras, the black cameras that are tied into this nationwide database. They're identifying tags that go by the camera that are owned by people with a suspended driver's license, which then gives them probable cause to track the vehicle, pull the vehicle over. Sorry, but why aren't we doing that with commercial trucks? When I went in the Indiana scale Monday night, it was closed, but they always leave the pads on so you can check your weight. And sorry, cat scale, boss is cheap, and I wear a yarmulke. I'm originally a Jewish kid that was adopted by Christians, so I'm gonna use my tax dollars. I roll in to weigh myself on the scale, but as I came in, it took my pictures. It took the pictures of my DOT number, my IFTA, the side of my truck. It's looking inside my truck. It sees who's driving it. I know it sees who's driving it because I've had Kim with me, sleeping, and we've gotten stopped. And, well, she was driving. Yes, sir, she was driving. But, I'm coming in with her. I'm her co-driver. So I can't get how something unsafe, and to be honest, you couldn't run an American truck on a temp tag. From Maryland to Virginia to get a load, I got freaking stopped at that scale and got put out of service because we were on a 30-day temp tag. Just ask them to do their job. The president's speech was absolutely great, and that young man is not only a Secret Service agent, he's a Tennessee State Trooper, he's a Texas Ranger, or a Texas State Trooper. There's pictures. Everybody has just, and this was before, the president brought him up, but everybody has just helped this kid, and if a law enforcement agency got a hold of the kid's story, they did their best to make it a great story with the young man, and I think it's a tremendous thing, and for them not to stand up was the most cowardly thing they ever did. But
it was
Friday.
It was pretty pathetic. Yes, it is a Friday. It's the greatest day of the week.
And it's almost 420, but
what's that?
Anyway,
never mind.
Talk to you later, buddy.
All right, have a good weekend.
Bye.
Rubber duck. It's 18 past the hour. Yeah, almost 420. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Alrighty, plenty of room for you here on a Friday at 844-844-3388. A busy, busy day for the Hot Shot Secret Nation as we're all over the country. I don't know who's going to be where, but you can start out west, Chandler, Arizona, today, Friday, and Saturday at the NHRDA Racing Action. National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Yeah, typically Kyle attends the NHRDA events. If I had to venture a guess, I think he'd be there, but maybe not. Because we're also today and tomorrow at the TX2K25. That is in Enos, Texas. Yeah, Racing Action, Flow Racing. Flow Racing is the official sponsor of that event. If you're going to be in the Orlando area, you can stop by and stop by the booth and chat with some of our Hot Shot Secret representatives at the Modern Street Heat event. Guess it's the Modern Street Heat Shootout, March 7th and 8th. We are the series sponsor there, a.k.a. we Hot Shot Secret. So from Chandler, Arizona to Enos, Texas to Orlando, Florida today. Then coming up here a little bit later, March 18th through the 20th, it's up into Detroit, Michigan, the Lubricant Expo. We'll be at booth number 122 there, again in Detroit, Michigan. Of course, we're all familiar with the granddaddy of truck shows, the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky, March 27th, 28th, and 29th. Not only will the Hot Shot Secret be there, but the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will be there with booth number 12036. 12036, Hot Shot Secret all over the country. Of course, once you get to the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, it's kind of like really the kickoff of truck show season, truck shows through the spring, through the summer, and of course, racing action all over the country. It's it's kind of a short break for folks like Kyle and Josh's brother there. Heading out to the various racing events. Busy. We'll try to keep you up to speed. Who's going to be where and when with the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Busy Friday. Eagle, you hanging in there? Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm still here. I wanted to talk about some other things. what you was talking about earlier about two things. First, about these FBI, these people that are informing the bad guys that the raids are coming in these governors.
Right.
These governors of these sanctuary cities, states, especially Maine. Donald Trump is supposed to be having something going on with that the next couple of weeks to put a stop to these guys. Releasing people. They got, heard a story about releasing guy like Holman said, it's a lot easier, if you just leave the guy in the jail cell and we go put him in handcuffs and arrest him, take him out. But they want to release the guy out to the street. It's a lot harder, to catch somebody like that once they've been let out. These guys that are letting out these bad people, these governors that would be ashamed of themselves for doing what they're doing. And then, another one is up in Massachusetts, this Oriental lady, I forgot what her name is, but she's causing a lot of problems too. I haven't been to Boston in a long time, Steve, but from what they say, Boston has a lot of illegals there, illegal immigrants in the Boston area, and they saying that this woman, the mayor of the city, that she's cooperating with the bad people and not the good guys with Holman and them, and they've been having a lot of problems. So they definitely got to do something about these people that are causing problems, Steve, because eventually one of these days, one of these ICE agents is going to get killed because of somebody informing them that they was coming to raid the place. So they got to do something about that because it's unnecessary. And then the second thing I wanted to talk about was the other something else that you had talked about was the people that what's this guy's name? I forgot the guy. Al Green in Texas.
Oh yeah, what an idiot. This censor. It seems. I thought that it was a little bit more serious than that, Steve. So this thing here is nothing basically but a slap on the wrist, a censor. To him, because he said today or either yesterday, he said that he would do the same thing again if he had an opportunity. So it's obvious that he hasn't learned his lesson. There needs to be something more serious that they can do to these congressmen that have outbursts like this that, purposely try to embarrass somebody, the way they did, because I think it's going to happen again because you see the hatred that they have for Donald Trump. So hopefully they can do something about, these congressmen, speaking out loud and saying things. And then the first thing I talked to you about, the ICE agents, maybe you can look that up about Boston, Massachusetts, and this lady's name is causing all the problems with the ICE. And I thank you for taking my call. All righty, yes. And then, of course, when it comes to Al Green, in the censure, they're going through the video now, see how many other Democrats actually gathered around him and interrupted the proceedings. They never got to actually read the censure to Al Green on the House floor. There will be repercussions there as well.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he wants to keep good people in government. While speaking from the White House today, Trump defended the cuts being carried out by the Department of Government Efficiency.
Elon and the group are going to be watching them, and if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
Trump added that he trusts Musk to make the right cuts. Vice President J.D. Vance paid a visit to the U.S.-Mexico border yesterday, getting a first-hand look at the effect of the Trump administration's tough-on-crime approach to immigration.
Vice President Vance praised Trump's actions to combat illegal migration and drug trafficking, saying the country didn't need new laws to secure the border, but a new president. Border crossings have plummeted since Trump took office after the president halted almost all legal pathways to asylum and sent thousands of troops to the border. Vance said migrants in the country illegally should leave. Tony Waterman, Texas.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, we got to head down the home stretch here on a Friday. In the state of California, there's a councilwoman who claims she's being politically targeted after her husband was detained by the FBI at a Walmart parking lot on an immigration detainer, no less. Yadiera Perez is on the city council of Coachella, California. She said she's going to resign from her office if her husband is deported, which would toss the council into political chaos. She says the separation of a family is not right. It's inhumane. But she recorded video of her husband being led away by what she said were FBI agents. She initially tried to remain anonymous. On the video, she said, "My family was just separated. They've taken my kid's father." Those are the desperate cries of help. She later admitted on KESQ-TV that he had been charged with drug possession in 1994 before they had met. He had been deported in 1995. He returned to the U.S. illegally and married Perez. She says he's been charged with misdemeanor assault and 2 charges of driving under the influence since then. So that's a criminal alien in the country, right? Drug charges, assault charges, 2 DUIs. A statement from ICE said the 51-year-old Isidro Jimenez had been captured in a targeted enforcement action. He is a Mexican national. Contrary to what Perez said, ICE stated that Jimenez had been convicted of 1 charge of DUI in 2007, a charge of inflicting corporal injury to a spouse in 1998, and a charge of assault with a deadly weapon in 2023. Okay. Yeah, she said Jimenez had been her biggest supporter on the campaign trail. He motivated me to fight for transparency, unity, and safety for our city. Well, no doubt she's fighting for transparency because her husband is a criminal illegal in California. Either way, he was apparently released on bond, scheduled for a hearing in April. Yeah, but again, she said she's being politically targeted. People are playing dirty. But I'll keep fighting for my community till the end. Now, in that particular community, any sort of legislation, any proposals that would be introduced that might be, detrimental to a criminal illegal alien, what do you reckon the possibility that she's going to offer any sort of support to pass anything of that nature? All right, she should be removed from the council, harboring a criminal alien. Morning, Plowboy.
Good morning, Steve. Well, did we just not have this discussion less than 10 days ago on your great show of America about the habitual offenders?
Mm-hmm.
And weren't they supposed to be going to some special place? And I think I dedicated a place in Gitmo for them to go to that morning.
Right. You know, and technically he's a felon. I mean, her husband is a felon alien. Coming into the country illegally, the first time's a misdemeanor. Once you're deported, when you come back, which he did illegally, that's a felony. She's harboring a felon.
Exactly. Put them both their asses in jail. I could give a rat's care less just because, simple fact, we got laws. Unless, I know what she's probably thinking, like I've been told up here. Well, I married him. And they think just because they put a ring on each other's finger, it doesn't make them a citizen. I'm sorry. They're going to have a rude ass awakening when they get told no. But Arkansas, Steve, that's about the best thing I've heard of. I can't tell you how many days to listen to your show. But we got one problem, sir. You said something to me the other night when I was talking about all these dang foreigners. Sarah Huckabee, God bless her. I hope she can get that through. But does she not fall with a problem? Remember when you reminded me of that bad 4-letter word, CVSA, 2010 or whatever that was, that said it was okay, they could give or care less about the language? Remember that
Yeah,
discussion that
absolutely.
night?
Yeah, that was absolutely.
I wish somebody could get a hold of Tom Cotton. He's a great senator out of Arkansas. Get a hold of Sean Duffy, our transportation secretary, and take this clear to the top of the Capitol Hill. I'm sure President Trump would be more than glad to sign off on that and tell CBS to go pound sand and sit down. If you don't sit down, we'll defund your asses, because that is what am I looking for? It's kind of like a side shoot. Well, it's just a bureaucratic. It's not anybody's not elected in that bunch. Same way at the FMCS. One of these days I can call.
Right.
But I mean, it just all these little bureaucratic. Because I remember years ago, before that CVSA kicked into effect, Mr. Smith would be laughing. Hey, Plowboy, you need to get up there to North Platte, Nebraska. What the hell's going on up there, Smith? You ought to see so-and-so. He knew the sergeant up there. They've got a whole backyard full of them. They were all out in Chicago, running to San Fran. And I guess they couldn't pass the language test that the DOT master was giving out there in North Platte. It was funny, you see all them Chicago trucks parked. But Steve, have you seen a deal in Landline tonight? Or not Landline, damn it. Freightwaves. About the 14,000 and some odd people facing layoffs. Key point in it says layoffs hit 14,300 workers tied in the freight sectors in U.S. and Canada and Mexico. The biggest one I see is Harvest Sherwood Foods, and there's a number to them. As of April the 21st, 1,500 layoffs. Cargill, out of Springdale, Arkansas, closing looks like at August the 1st, 1,100 out of work. On down the line. So, I don't know. It's going to be but the best bright one of them all, 906 out of Nokia truck manufacturer. Did you have somebody say that he was going to invest in one of them damn things years ago when we first started talking about that Nokia? I thought you had somebody called in.
It seems like, yeah. I mean, time. A lot of time has passed, but yeah, was it? You mean the Nikola? Is that the one that's going under?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I said
yeah.
it wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, was that Red Mule?
I can't remember. Yeah, watch out. Somebody was asking about Red Mule. You talked to him as of late?
No, I'm going to give him a call tomorrow. I'll get back to you Sunday night when I call in. But, hey, I was glad to hear Big Ed call in tonight. That was a hell of a phone call. And, everything he said, I can't disagree with one thing. I have not got a problem with any of them in Mexico. That's their country of Mexico. And Ed was correct. What I've got a problem with, and the station there in Cincinnati talked about the other than Mexicans.
Mm-hmm.
That has been my biggest fear point. Because, Steve, how much have we heard on the news where they busted some from Timbuktu country that has no love of Mexico, no love for America, but to do us detriment to harm?
Yeah.
That's the ones I want to see get going.
All right, the MS-13, the Tren de Aragua, they sure as hell ain't here to make a better way of life. Yeah, I don't think they're here. They're not here to get a good job. Yeah, they're just here to bring. Well, it's their street gang knowledge to the streets of America, along with taking over other turf and territory from maybe local gangs. This is our drug territory. There's, sadly, the war on drugs. It's been going for decades. And, when Vic brought that up earlier, trying to stop it in Mexico, stop it coming from China. I mean, do we still have, undercover operations going into the jungles of Colombia, trying to shut down the cocaine facilities. It's no matter what we've done, we've never been able to stop the drugs from coming into this country. I don't know what the answer is. Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, says, well, if you want the drugs to stop coming in, get the people to stop using drugs. It is about supply and demand. To some extent, that's true, but all right, there ain't no way you're going to stop the demand for drugs. That's just the sad reality. Quickly, moving on to the update on Ukraine. Zelensky said yesterday that Ukraine will be holding talks with us, the U.S., next week about ending the war against Russia. In his nightly address, Zelensky said he would travel to Saudi Arabia Monday and his team would stay there to hold talks with U.S. officials. Now, European Union leaders are holding emergency talks about ways to quickly increase their military budgets after the Trump administration signaled that Europe has to take care of their own security and, of course, suspended assistance to Ukraine. In just over a month, President Trump has overturned old certainties about U.S. reliability as a security partner. He moves closer to Russia and withdraws American support for Ukraine. Now, the talks are set to take place again in Saudi Arabia. Ukraine is most interested in peace now, according to Zelensky. As we told President Trump, Ukraine is working and will work exclusively, constructively, for a quick, reliable peace. Meanwhile, the European Union meeting to talk about how to bolster their security. Big changes invoked by the Trump administration. Yesterday, he again kind of put NATO on notice for all these countries that are just spending like 2% of GDP on military to bolster their forces. In the event of a crisis that involved NATO, ain't none of them going to have the resources without the United States. He told them, you got to bump that 2% of your GDP to 5%. Do your part. Pay your share. You're not necessarily going to be relying on us to come bail you out. It's pretty similar to what he said in back in, was it 2016-17, first administration. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Back at it here, where we leave off. I do believe the blind man is back with us. Morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Vince Tolliday is the afternoon guy on WMAL, and he's going to take the 12 to 3 slot starting today. You'll hear what he sounds like, and he's a really good guy. I wonder if he's going to have his old slot from 3 to 6 on WMAL. Meanwhile, health-wise, I'm going to be talking to the infectious people today to see where I stand about getting this infection cured once and for all. That's going to really be interesting. And I'll have plenty to say about that when I call in on Monday. So I know you're getting down to the end of the show, so everybody out there, you have a good weekend, and I'll yak at you next week.
All right. Hope all goes well with the doc today, because you've been fighting that for a long time, haven't you?
Yes,
Yeah, about time to get it wrapped up, huh? Yeah, let me see there. Someone was holding there a moment ago. They were inquiring. Steve, did you hear about the 9 students that went missing in Mexico? And yeah, I hadn't touched on that. Sad. And right now, is it not getting to be the spring break time once again? I think if it's not yet, it's just around the corner. And of course, many of the Mexican resort areas for years and years have been very popular destinations for high school seniors, college students for spring break. And as things continue, it used to be pretty safe if you went into one of the resort areas. Yeah, didn't wander off alone into the streets there in Mexico. But as the drug cartels continue to encroach more and more, even into the resort destinations, what he's referencing is 9 students who went missing on vacation in Mexico have been found this week dismembered by the side of the road along with a bag of hands. The group from the Mexican town of Tlaxcala went missing February 27. They had been traveling to the beaches to celebrate their graduation. Sunday, law enforcement found the remains in the trunk of an abandoned vehicle on the border of the Mexican states of Puebla and Oaxaca. 4 of the bodies were in the truck. The other 5 were left under a tarp. Then a bag of 8 hands discovered at the scene, with 2 more hands left in the truck. Cops said that the bodies of the 4 women and 5 men, ages 19 to 30, all had bullet wounds and signs of torture. So I anticipate they had a run-in with the cartels. No suspects have been named. The Attorney General's office in Puebla said they're collaborating with their colleagues in the other communities to try and track down the killers. So far, I can't offer information. There's lines of investigation. I cannot reveal them due to confidentiality, he said. But that is, traveling to Mexico. You don't want to have a run-in with the cartels. Well, let's say hello to Steve in Columbus this Friday morning. Good morning, Steve Summers, and all the listeners out there. Friday is finally here. Looking forward to a couple days of rest, much needed. Got the coffee poured, cars ready to go, headed to town, see what we can find today. It looks like next week is shaping up to be a nice one weather-wise. Definitely with the warmer temperatures, right? Everybody enjoy the day. Enjoy your weekend. There you go, Steve in Columbus, Ohio this morning. Oh, and I was scrolling down. I mentioned, who's going to be where? Hot Shot Secret. Kyle did board a plane day before yesterday, headed for Arizona. So he's out there with the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, the NHRDA, today and Saturday. Stop by and say hello to Kyle if you're out in that part of the country. Final story to touch on here this Friday morning. We can all recall the protests going on college campuses around the country. Many of these students supporting the likes of Hamas. Word comes down, the State Department is going to use artificial intelligence to revoke visas of foreign students it perceives as supporters of the Palestinian Hamas militants. President Trump signed an executive order in January to combat anti-Semitism, pledging to deport non-citizen college students and others who took part in the pro-Palestinian protests that had been ongoing for months amid Israel's military assault on Gaza. The artificial intelligence fuel, what they call catch and revoke effort, will include AI-assisted reviews of tens of thousands of student visa holders and their social media accounts. Some of this makes sense to me. If you are a student in the United States and you're here, especially from a Middle Eastern country, and you're out there on your college campuses disrupting things, making threats to Jewish students, you have no business being here. So we'll see where that goes. Axios said officials were checking some of the news reports of demonstrations against Israel's policies and, of course, the Jewish students' lawsuits highlighting foreign nationals engaging in the anti-Semitism. Many of the Jewish students felt like they could not safely walk across campus amongst those protests. Have yourself a great Friday, a better weekend. Be safe. And don't forget, spring forward, Saturday night into Sunday morning. See you at the midnight hour Sunday night.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I